But you hurt me so much that I had to leave you. Girl, I forgot you and I will be perfect together. But you hurt me so much that I had to leave you. at me, stranger in the hall, frozen by the scene. Portrait seemed to fade. He lost his centerpiece. Can't recall his face. I hope he'll rest in peace. Haunted by my mind, victim or the prey. Everything is fine. Take me to my grave. Bury me alive, keeping me astray. Hard to say goodbye to who I am today. Everything is fine. Take me to my grave.
I exist. Good morning, Josh. Good morning, Braxton. How you both doing? I'm using it for... Oh, terrified face. That's such a cool emote. So how to exist? I do exist. So using the GIS, it's the gameplay ability system for Unreal Engine. Using it for that, but you're also using it for attributes as well as, who knows, perhaps the abilities tool. Cool. That sounds really cool. How are you both doing today? I thought you were a myth. Oh, you were a myth. You're that awesome. You're very kind, just too kind. Actually, I had a question. When you two joined the stream, did you get a advert? And then when it actually goes and plays ads, do you get another advert, or is it like you've paid your dues, now you're fine? Because there's that start of the stream where Twitch is like, we gotta make our money. Yeah, acquisition syndrome is where my brain went. Fair enough. I don't think I got a second ad. Okay, cool. Because sometimes it's like, wait, if you're sitting here already, do I just start speaking to you, or are you immediately into another ad? And then I'm like, I'm amazing, thank you. How about you? Just, it was just one ad for me, I believe. Okay, cool. I'm pretty good. I think... Holy crap, Boom. Sorry, that was... I have no idea why, but that was so loud. Like... Wow, what an entrance. Boom just drops one. Now if Boom says nothing, we can just call it crop dusting. Boom just came in, dropped a fart and left. What the heck? I got here first, got no ads, and then ad alert happened, and I got one ad. Oh, okay. So that's how they're doing it then. It's interesting. Boom, how are you? Other than trying to give me a mild heart attack. Be memorized by my sphere. Oh, scary, to be fair. Yeah. Your fat frog that you were doing last night's coming along really nicely, Braxton. I'm going to put your stream up and I kind of like watch it intermittently between doing other things. Also, you listen to chilled music, which is very helpful. It's got quick likes on Blue Sky. Oh, you're on Blue Sky. You know, I like Blue Sky, but I also don't actually go on it very often, and I don't get enough notifications. Why is it look like it's just desktop, like made for mobile? Is this what it's supposed to look like? Oh, because I zoomed in. Explore. Where does Braxton come out? Where is it? I know I follow you, so why is it not giving it to me? Where is it? You're gonna make me search, aren't you? Can I not just go to like my... Where's my feed? No. No. Why does it not actually give it to me? Oh, there you were. There you were. There it is. The frog. I forgot I have Blue Sky. I always forget. I feel like I should use it more often, but I don't. But then I never really used Twitter. Twitter's a shit show. I prefer Blue Sky. I actually uninstalled the Twitter app from my phone because it was annoying me. So I don't go on it ever. And now Twitter's starting to get to the point where you can't even view stuff without actually having an account. And I'm just like, nah, I don't want to do that. And I've preferred Blue Sky. It's been a lot more, honestly, positive. Like, you'll post stuff and like people seem much more friendly. Hey, look at it. Look at that fat frog. Look at it. And that was the Elvis that you did. This is the one you did for Mother's Day, I believe. That came out really nice. Did I miss this one? When was this? Or did you do this one in like one stream and I completely missed all of it? That was off stream? Ah, okay. I like this one. I hope you finished this one at some point. It was coming along so nicely. I remember you were talking about what if someone comes on and goes, oh, that's not accurate to this or that, and you're like, it's just a frog. I can make it however I want. There's no reference images, which is impressive that you can do this without reference images. I'm at the point where I feel like if I don't have a reference image, I can't do anything. That will be a movie poster thing I'm going to do. Ooh. Like, this is actually one of my favorites, also because it's Star Wars. And then, of course, there's Whiskers. Oh, this one, I was going to ask and then I forgot. Didn't you do one where you had Whiskers with Whiskers? I feel like you did another one that you posted, and I'm sure I saw that Whiskers had Whiskers. Because you were struggling with the Whiskers. Yes, I added Whiskers later. Ah, right, okay. Man, you changed the cat a lot between this one and the next one. Can't I just show me the next one? I'd forgotten before the upload and add the note. Right, okay, that makes sense. I remember this one. This one did really well. This is such a weird frog. Because when you were drawing it, I remember the reference image, and it's such a weird looking frog that you can see its insides. Your favorite species? The thing I find so interesting about this kind of frog is because you can see it inside, it feels like such a delicate frog. Like, it becomes such a more delicate being because you can physically see inside it. That one is female. Right, okay. And the flying frog. This one was fun. I like this one as well. Give. There we go. You can see the eggs in the stomach. Oh, is that what that is? Oh, wait, let's open this one. So those are the actual eggs there. Actually, now that you mention that, that makes sense. Ah, okay. The Frogalisa, as I call it. The sus frog. Oh, that one's great. Samurai frog. This reminds you of the jellyfish that was in that Boom made a while ago. That I feel like just drove Boom up the wall every time she was trying to implement that jellyfish because it just kept not working. She needs work, right? Someone on YouTube requested that. That was pretty cool. Man, you actually post so much because you actually do a lot of things. This one was a lot of fun as well. I really enjoyed this sort of style of this one. I think, was it this? No, it was another one. You did another wizard one where the hands drove you absolutely. This one, the hands drove you mad. This one, I found the shading was really cool. I enjoyed the shading on this one. Holy shit, I've been watching a lot of this. And then this is just such a cool picture. I never finished that one. Gotta finish it. My PNG model I've stopped using. Oh yeah. And that's the end of your feed. You've just, You've actually posted, you've got a lot of stuff. I've got like nothing on mine. Okay, anyway. So today I wanted to do something slightly different in the sense that I actually do some Unreal Engine work. Not that I haven't been doing Substance Painter. I'm just having a bit of some issues with Substance Painter. So this is one of the towers that I put in, which mostly looks okay. I just need to fix some things. I for some reason have the triangulation stuff that showed up on here, and I was a bit confused as to why, which is one of the reasons I'm not working on this. I need to do a bit of fixing. Why is that now here? Why are there random dots on here? I don't know. That's a holy bake issue. Wait, what do you mean by holy bake? As in, because when we bake this one, the croissant, now you can see it there. Because it's the triangulation lines that are causing an issue. I had some issues actually with the pipes. I made the pipes so low poly that they were essentially squares that turned. And I had to add a bit more detail to them, which was interesting. Funny enough, adding soup sampling fixed some of the issues that I was having on some of the edges. So like, actually this edge is now fine, but there was an issue where was it? I have to go to my chat with 3D Addict. Oh my god, 3D Addict, I speak too much. What the heck? Where is it? Oh, because not that one. This one. You see, I had this issue here, and increasing the and I also had that issue, but that was because of, as you can see here, it's square. Whoops. Well, it's just a bake issue. Do you know how I fix it? Like, is it something in the settings? Is it something with how I have my UVs laid out? Because it's one of the things I think I need to fix, because it's noticeable. Because, example, if you put white on, or if I press X, hello. Okay, I'll hide that. You see, it's very noticeable. And there's a few more pieces that I want to fix. I'm questioning fixing these. I think they actually came out too low poly. Can I remove the bottoms of those? I mean, it should be fun. I'm unsure. The UV should be wrapped on the low poly, which I assume you did. Unwrapped. Yes, I did all the unwrapping. That took forever. I will need to have another look. I'll investigate it. I believe if the low poly version is too low poly, could cause slight issues. That's one thing I've noticed about this one. You can see it like here. It's very noticeable. See how this doesn't look straight? And it looks like it has to, yeah, you can see it's added a normal here because it actually wasn't enough detail. We don't talk about unwrapping. Yeah, Braxton's right, we don't. It was an emotional experience. I lost about 20 years off of my life from it. And then, so it's funny, like, there'll be pieces like that which came out what I would consider not well. There are other pieces that I think, like this one, where it works quite well. So I think it's fine. This, then again, I'm way too close to this model than anyone will ever be. This came out actually fine. And then even this with its weirdness over there is not fine. And this part came out like perfectly fine. And I was just like, huh? I expected a lot more issues with that. So from any kind of actual distance, because I suppose that's the thing, is if I look at this and we go, for example, play, and we take the cannon tower, that was the older version, but I mean, that's the closest you can get, which if we make it the same size, I suppose is fine. Like, obviously Unreal's going to do a bunch of stuff to it because apparently it decided that it's taken all the low polyness, put all the low polyness into it. But I think this was also the high poly that I was using in here because I hadn't exported it, but it should be fine. So I'm probably over focusing on details that I shouldn't be focusing on, which is standard Sila. And then I got confused again because what I was trying to say is what I want to do differently in this stream is I want to work on, there's a few parts that I need to start. Let me show you the roadmap. It might make more sense. Yeet this out. So here's the current, some of the things that are outstanding that I need to do. There's a lot more of stuff. This is like tracking all the models and how they're doing, which we can actually update soon. Then what I actually want to work on is this, which is my upgrade system. And the plan was originally to come up with a plan and then implement it on stream. But then I was like, wait, shouldn't I actually show the full process? And Josh, you could probably have a lot of input on this as well, because you've probably, I don't know if you've done something similar, but with you doing your gas system, you can probably think. So what I wanted to do is actually plan out what I want this upgrade system to do and some of the nuances of it, and then probably start implementing it. Also, I realized that, I always plan systems. That's my issue, is my initial thought with the upgrade system was go in and build it. And then I'm like, wait, and this is a problem I have, is I need to actually, okay, here's the system. I need to now go and actually plan it. That's not what I want. So let's take a sticky note. So instead of jumping in, I need to actually go and plan it out. Plan it out. Think of all the pieces, then go and actually, you know, implement it. Like, do some things. We want that way. We don't want that. We want that in a color we can see, and make it larger. And then actually work. Like, it seems you're a lot better at this than I am, Josh, and I should be better at this, but I just don't. The problem is I get too excited and I just want to jump straight in. And then I have systems that don't work properly. I'm like, painful. So we're going to plan this out a bit. So let's plan it. Oh, that's common. It is common because planning seems like the boring part, but if you don't plan it, you've got no way to actually work on it. And like, I spent 3 minutes just actually, all I did was I spent like 3 minutes just thinking about it for a second. Like, you know, what do I want it to do? How do I want it to work? And I already came up with something. I was like, oh, I need to consider that. Because let's look at it this way, right? So we're sitting here in game and we've placed a cannon tower down. Now we've finished a round or something. And let's say you now get, I don't know, let's say the tower gets XP, for example, and every time you get XP, you now get some points to upgrade that tower in this round. Okay, fine. So what does that then entail? How do we tell, like, here was the first part I thought, is how do we tell the player that an upgrade is available? Do they have to click on every single tower? And I was like, that just makes no sense. It's like, okay, what do we want this to do? So let's go like that. Wait, no, you go there. So how do we want this to work? Let's draw an arrow there. Wait, where can we put this? Plan it out. It's like, okay, well, it needs to be able to notify player that there is an upgrade. Right, that's probably one of the first things we should actually start with. What else does it need to do? It needs to open a menu. You might use a notification system for that. What kind of notification system? Because when I thought about how do we notify the player, my initial thought was if the round ends or the tower gets some XP, or that's the thing, is I don't know how I wanted to do that because I got this upgrade button, it does nothing. But like, so my initial thought was to have an icon that appears on top of them to show, I don't know, a hammer, for example. Because this is how I see the, let's do the flow. I mean, that sounds cool. Okay, well, that's good then. So tower gets, let's call it XP. Let's change the color to this. Let's make it a blue. Then so tower can be upgraded. Actually, I think if I just drag off of this, there we go. How do I do that? Oh, you just click. Show upgrade icon above tower. Okay, we get so tower gets XP. Tower can be upgraded. Show upgrade icon above tower. Then can I get XP? Yes. How much XP would you like, Boom? And what are you going to do with all this XP? Perhaps. So level 2 upgrade, level 4 upgrade, level 8. So you want to stagger the upgrade. 100 XP. Give at Boom 100 XP. There we go. It does nothing, but don't tell anyone. So Josh, you think level 2 upgrade, level 4 upgrade, level 8 upgrade, not an upgrade every level with a max cap of how much you can upgrade? Because remember that my the XP makes me grow. Big Chungus cat. Whoa, look at that. It's growing real time. IRL. Bleh. Yes, that. Who's growing? Boom's gonna take over the world. Now I'm just expecting like a 3x3 cat next, Boom. Is that one of your next emotes is gonna be? A 3x3 cat, just a massive one. You probably want to cap the upgrades unless you want to a design that still balances the turrets. Well, that's the issue is my rounds are fixed. So rounds are fixed. 2x8 full length animation dance. Damn. Do it. Do it. Do it. Yeah, Josh, the rounds are fixed, which means that there's no point having like massive upgrade things because you want the towers to that's almost like the thing is if we look at how many upgrades you could have, either we need to allow it so that you can get levels quickly and you can put stuff into many things, or we need to restrict what we have. Because you've got damage, you've got crit percent, and then crit amount, and then you could increase range, you could get more gold. Because gold's used to purchase towers, so you could make it that they get more gold to purchase. But that one I'm wondering if I want to take out. So maybe we limit the pool. Because by doing it this way, I don't have to have it where you build a level 2 tower or a level 3 tower. You can just get a system that works for it. I'm thinking XP might be a good thing to do for the towers. The reason being is then we can we've got multiple ways of balancing it, and then in the sense that let's just look at the two towers that we're going to have. What are the two towers? The two towers is the cannon. We've got the cannon tower, and we've got the gun turret. Gun turret. What we could do is have it that let's go like this. There we go. We can have it so that let's say 100, just for simplicity. Make it pink. That this tower needs 100, and then this tower needs 150 to level, because actually I want to do it the other way around. And then as we go up in sort of the quality of the tower, it increases the amount of XP you can get. So you can get like gun turrets to a higher level quicker, so you can get them a bit more beefier, but then we could reduce how much they get. Then I suppose it also adds a level of complexity. Let's go 100. And then level 2 is... do we do total? So I would say 150. 225. 300. And 25. And then just like 450 or something. This could be 225. Let's go with 325, for example. 450. And then like 600. 600.
This is the future. Evolution. This is the future.
Apparently, this is the future. And then we can just do ... So that could be a way that this works. The first one is not aligned. Are you aligned? Yes, you are. But you. Okay. Upgrade per level should be fine, to be honest. I feel like the nice thing, Josh, about if we do XP systems, I feel like it's the most flexible. Because what we could do, for example, if let's say we have a big boss round, is we could then just, I mean, the boss could, after they kill like a boss, right, before they start like the next wave, we could give them like extra XP if we wanted, or there's like, I feel like there's a lot more ways to balance it. What we could also do is put a
Is the future.
if we've got this base system and we wanted to have we could like stagger this. So what I mean is, if we were to have the last level, for example, and we wanted it to be slower, we could just multiply all these values by like 1.5 or 2 that you need to get in order for it to level, for example. Or if we wanted a difficulty system, what we could do is your XP gained, or the XP that you need, gets multiplied by 2 or half, or however we want. So that could be one of the ways of balancing, which could be really good. So I would say, let's assume it's an XP system. So we'll say, so tower get XP on kill, let's say. And I would say that here's a question for you, Josh or chat. Should towers only get XPs if they get the kill, or should all towers get XP regardless? Or now we've got like multiple options. Tower XP on kill if they get the kill. So that's possibly the easiest. But then what if a tower participates? So then would that mean that they get tower XP on assist? The other option is XP on round end. XP on round end to all towers. I've seen games do that as well. That way you've got then a set. The nice thing about this one is then you've got the setup. You've got that setup pop before the next round starts. You also want to consider if you want an endless mode to see how far someone can get at some point, as some people enjoy it. That's actually a very good point. That would also, an endless mode would then, I mean, this would be able to create some kind of an endless mode from this. The nice thing about an endless mode is, actually, that's a good point, Crimson. I was always wondering how you would make an endless mode, but what I suppose you could do is you could create like 10 different wave sets that you cycle through, and they just get, you just add a multiplier to their health every time. I like the first option, XP on kill, participation partial XP, also XP based on damage. So XP based on damage. That brings up an interesting thought, because some towers, so if we take these two for example, and they shoot at the same target for 10 seconds, or they shoot at the same target for 20 seconds, the laser tower is probably going to, because the laser tower does damage on a curve and then hits a maximum. Where I think it starts off at like 0 and it goes up to like 3x. And then this is timer, this is 0, and I think it's like 5 seconds. That's where the balance comes into play. Right. All this has done is open up a can of worms. Like, that's one of the things that I really like about the laser tower. I've seen it in another game, I think it was Defense Grid, where it starts off doing like no damage, but if it gets to that point where it just ramps up, that it just does like insane damage. But this could also then be changed to like 5. Where is my razor? The nice thing about XP on kill, or XP on participation, is that you'll start getting some towers that are like really, really strong if they're always in battle. So it adds a thing of, if you just have a tower that's out in the middle doing nothing, that could just get super strong from all the others doing stuff. That could be an interesting thing. So ramping damage with laser is always enjoyable as the player. it really is. I like big damage. I didn't realize how complicated this could get. Like how many different possibilities of different things you could do. And here was me. I'm like, oh, I'm going to implement this upgrade system without, you know, actually planning it. And it was just like, wait, this gets complicated. One of the things I implemented recently was this, which is the health system. So, actually, does it work? Start. Can I pause? I can't. Anyway. So, there's this little dude over here, and that's my new health bar, right? And quit to desktop. Oh, that's helpful. And what I did was basically each block is 10 is 100. Okay, for if it's green it's 100, if it's blue it's 1,000, and then this just becomes technically it goes up to 100,000, but for balancing purposes that seemed terrifying. Hey Camo, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're doing well today. This was a lot of fun to implement. It was a pain initially, but it was fun. I would advise only having the HP bar visible on enemies once it takes damage. Will reduce visual clutter. You have a point. Because if there's a lot of them, I guess it depends also on the size. One of the weird things, Crimson, that I ran into with the health bar system was screen resolution. And it's like, wait, what do you mean? So, depending on the screen resolution that I was playing the game, so if I was playing it in like editor mode, I kept having this issue if I had it too small, because there was literally not enough of a pixel at some points. You can see, well, you can't really see it. Let me see if I can zoom in. I'll hands for you. Unreal didn't quite know where to put the borderlines because of there wasn't like enough pixels. So there's like thick, thin. I spent ages going over this, and then I realized, oh wait, if I just like increase the size of the screen to something that would be a bit more, you know, playable, like 1920 by 1080, it suddenly worked, and I was like, oh, whoops. I spent like 2 hours trying to fix that. Only exception I'd have for that is the boss, yes. So for the boss, I'm actually wanting to have the same health boss system, but I'm wanting to have a slight difference in the visuals. So if you played World of Warcraft, Elite enemy health bar. I think a lot of games do this, where if it's like an elite or a boss or something, that the health bar looks different. So like in WoW, let me just open the image. No, don't do that. Just open the image for me. They add like something to it to make it be, you know, this is a boss enemy. I wouldn't do that because they're not gonna have an image, but I would change how the outline looked. So maybe add some visual flair. I don't even know what you would call it. Let me just reset that, because otherwise the next time I go on Reddit, I'm gonna be confused. access some kind to stand out. Yes, exactly. But that's a future me problem that we're not worrying about anytime soon. Let's get actually the system implemented. Okay, so what do we gain from this? We're gonna start with XP on kill, which also means they'll get. Wait, did we say XP on kill, XP on damage? I feel like XP on kill is easier. I think I've actually implemented that already. I have, because I've done the stats for towers, haven't I? Let's see. I click start and I click overview. Oh, I need to actually place a tower, right? Yeah, okay. Towers have damage, so we can do it that way, which means they also have kills, which means you can think. I feel like easy either way, but easy enough. Well, I've got the systems already in place that are tracking all of that, so yeah. The XP on assist is going to be an interesting one. How are you using the dark theme and what? Going back to the endless mode, usually how that's handled is once you beat a level on victory screen, you give the player the choice to continue in an endless mode or exit the level. That's a good point. Endless mode. Thank you, Crimson. I'm gonna put this here. Oops. Just so I've got a note to myself. So, finish level, go screen, end screen, ask if want to do endless. How do you do the dark theme in mirror? So the dark theme in mirror is background color, and then you select it. Because mirror instinctively is really light and it flashbangs me, and we use it at work, and every time I open it, I'm like, help. So I just find it much easier. Also, I do a lot of stuff that's funny enough. Some of the best work that I get done is between like 8 and 10 o'clock at night. So when stuff is not flashbanging me, it's much better. But I was thinking of GD script. I don't know how Blueprints scripts GD it. Oh yeah, I know what you mean. It's much of a muchness. There's ways around doing all of it. I mean, I know XP on kill is very easy to do. XP on assist, I've got to change some things, but it's not undoable. So the systems that basically what I do is I'll tag each enemy with who's hit it, and I'll keep track of that. So I mean, think about it. So I tag each enemy with which tower hit it. Then when the enemy dies, give all towers that hit it some XP. And then what I would do is actually just, I feel like the easiest way of doing this and the cheapest way of doing this is then just going kill tower gets an additional amount of XP. So there we go. Select all those. Fine. We'll select all of those, and we'll give that green because that's technically ready to go. So that's I want that. Put this here. So that's towers get how towers. So towers get XP. Towers XP on kill. So So that's one part of this new system that we're trying to build. All right, easy. He says, ask him in 3 hours when he's pulled all his hair out and he's sad. No sad faces here. We turn those frowns upside down. So that gives us that. I want to put this here. That's not a question, that's a statement. We're going to make that dark green. It associates to that. Actually, we'll just go like that. Hair pulling is an integral part of the development cycle. You're not wrong. See, the issue with also doing dev as your day job is it means that your hair pulling amount is just greater. Sometimes I wake up in the morning and I'm surprised I have hair. How are you doing today? Are you feeling better? Because, who was sick? One of you was sick this week. I saw the announcement pop up on my phone. And I was on the bus. That sounds awful. Is your day job working with Unreal? My day job is working with Unreal, but more working with the C++ side. So yeah. I do more, or actually I do Unreal Engine with, what is that thing called? I'm GUI. That's a fun thing. Is this Omar? Is this the Omar himself? Yeah, this stuff. Doing good. Unfortunately, now that I'm better, Celine is super sick. Oh no! Oh no! So it's your fault she's sick. Shame. Well, I hope she feels better. Does that mean no stream today? You're also using ImGui? Yes, I am. I use it a lot, more than I'd like care to share. It's so much stuff with it. Hope all is well over here. It is working on a gameplay system. Yes, so we're working on. The discussion started. This is the wrong board. No, this is the right board. I just have it open multiple times. I want to have an upgrade system for the towers. So that started off as the discussion of how we're going to implement this. And then we went down the rabbit hole of how are they going to get the XP to be upgradable? And well, boy, did that spiral. I'm using ImGui on my own own game engine tools. What do you use it for? We use it for displaying stuff inside the game. So we've got a mode that we use where basically the entire UI is drawn using ImGui. So I've done all sorts of things from change font, use different fonts, create menus. Building stuff in ImGui is very different from building it in like a lot of the other application things that I've done. So there's a lot of fake it in the sense that where's my oh, there it is. If you want to draw a button, you can draw a button. You can also draw like a long button. And then if you want to draw a long button and you want to have an image in the long button, you're like, well, okay. So you start off and you create your long button. Then you go, okay, let's draw some text and we'll tell the text, okay, start X number of pixels that way, and you draw some text. And then you're like, okay, cool, we've drawn some text. And then the next thing, you'll be like, well, actually, I almost want to have an image. So then you're like, well, this space here, we're just going to draw an image on those coordinates over there. And so it's like this level of like fake it, which is just when you come from things like JavaScript where you'll like give it a button and then you'll give it an image and then you'll use some CSS to tell it where it needs to go. It's very interesting. We'll try to stream it for a bit, see how it goes. Sounds good, sounds good. Hopefully she starts feeling better soon. You could have upgrade of laser that splits on hits, so you can hit multiple targets, but you reduce the scaling on split for multiple. I did think about that. The issue with that is it also needs to be set up in a range. So if this is my tower and this is the front of my tower, if we're looking at from above, I need to make sure that it's got a range like this, because otherwise, if this is the point, I don't want it hitting targets behind. So I hadn't thought about split. What does the tower actually look like? I'm not sure about split yet, because that might not work too well. It might be a very fine angle. I can look at it later on. So you're rewarding towers that have an impact rather than use a resource like money to upgrade them. Yes. So you'll get some... The current idea, and I'm still not sure if this will work. The current idea is you have essentially two currencies in a way. You've got gold, gold or coins. You start off with X gold. So let's say 150 gold at the start of the round. You can then purchase, let's say 3 gun and maybe 3 gun turrets, or 1 cannon and 1 gun, for example. Then as you kill enemies, so you kill an enemy, you get some amount of gold back. Did I actually implement that yet? Let's see. So that's the wrong. Can I just not use that one? Okay, so there's the money amount in the top there. It's bright blue so that I could find it. And then, so when you kill an enemy, you get some amount of gold back that allows you to then purchase more towers. When when a tower kills an enemy, they also get an XP amount that allows you to then upgrade said tower. So what we've decided is to give XP to the one that kills it and the ones that assisted in the kill, regardless of how much they hit it. That's going to be an interesting thing for balancing. But what might also be the other option was at the end of the round, we just give like a flat amount of XP to all towers, provided that they all have the same upgrade system. That would work. Where is my eraser? So let's take that off, take that off, take that off, all of that, take that off. Yeah, the range split could be fun. I'll see, because I've already got the lightning tower that does arcing, which is why we've got the arc jumps. What I might do for... because I'm such a fan of having like specific ones. So what we might do for the laser turret is laser max strength. So that could then jump from like 3 to 3.5, for example, which is actually an absolutely massive upgrade. But I guess that would actually replace the base damage or you could start with the base damage. I think for the laser, it would be better not to have... You'll have a base damage, but I feel like the max damage is the one that you really want to care about. Could end up in a situation where high single target turrets always get the kill, even more so when they're further upgraded. That's a good point. That is a very good point. I'm going to add that. And we're going to make it red. Because that's a... oh no. I saw in another game where you can chain the laser towers and the number of chain increases the damage of the beam, but you only have one beam between all of the towers. Yes. I've seen that in a game before. That could be done. I don't want to do that because of the type, how I've designed them. So for example, if they had a thing on the top that you could like link towers together, then I think that would work quite well. but not for that style of them. How would I combat that then? Because if the towers... Unless what we do is you don't get additional XP. I mean, the only way I can think of solving that then is you don't get an additional amount of XP. XP on damage dealt maybe instead of kill. But doesn't that then link to a similar problem where if you've got a tower that's got a huge amount of upgrades already on it, it's more likely to get a larger amount of XP? Problem with this is the status towers that do little damage won't level. So luckily I don't actually have status towers. They all do damage, but they do damage in different ways, for the most part. So theoretically, how I have this set up, if the enemy is slow, the laser turret will do... I've lost my mouse. Oh, there it is. That was terrifying. I thought my mouse had died. The laser turret on slow enemies should do the most amount of damage, because it has that initial, like, 5-second curve, and then it hits max damage. The missile tower is slow but can hit like very large range. The gun turret shoots very fast but does lower damage, so for quicker enemies this could be better. And then you've got this the cannon tower, which hits large numbers of enemies in sort of a splash radius. And then we've got the electric tower, which starts off at, I think currently it hits 3 enemies. Could award upgrade points instead of having our tower specific XP. How would the upgrade points work? Would you give that on kill or then maybe on wave completion? Because if we look at a game called... Where's my Steam library? On wave could be. So on wave, we give X number of points. On wave end, give X number of upgrade points per se. You do it on either on wave or X number of waves. Right. Either on wave or X number of waves. What I like about this is I feel like you use the upgrade system a bit more. So for example, if you look at a game called Norse, is it Norsehold? Nordhold. What they do is after a level, you'll get, so I haven't quite figured it out, but as far as I can tell, you'll get some number of upgrade points, and then these are like squished down and reduced. So for example, let's look at damage. Your tower does 100 damage. You can get 3 points that you can use everywhere. So you could add 3 to this, 3 to this, 3 to this. So then the next step is 110. Then for example, 120 and 130. So you've got a bit of a more linear upgrade, but it Still haven't tried Northhouse on my Lost. Northhouse is good, but there's something which made me stop playing it. What's that? The endlessness. The other thing to note about Nordhold is it also has... It's not... So my game, I wanted to be more specific to a level, where that one seems to be more almost continuous in a way. But you've got certain like upgrades that carry forward from the previous rounds, which I'm not going to have. So at the start of every round for me, well, for this game, everything gets reset. But to nerdy nerds, you must try it. It's great. It's so much fun. I feel like I actually go play it again after stream just to like have a look at the system and how they implement it. They've done a lot of things in that game that I'm like, I really like. Funny enough, one of the things is how you get notified that there's an upgrade on a tower. There's like a little icon. The issue with their prestige ascension system, where every boss will trigger an effect when it spawns, ends up getting one where it destroyed my 5 top towers with no warning, and there's 0 counterplay to it. Feels cheap and horrible and should have never been implemented as a boss spawning effect. Yes, that I don't like that, because what is the counter? There isn't really a counter unless you just build. And it's not like you can build huge amounts of towers, because you're resource dependent on how many towers you can build. So it's not like you can have 50 towers, and if they destroy 5, you know, it's less of an issue. But if you've poured all your resources into 5 towers and they all get destroyed, it's like, well shit, now what? It destroys the top 5 towers based on... So it destroys you basically your top 5 best towers. That's not great. That's really not great. It's horrible, and I'll never play it again until they change that. Or hopefully they do. That kind of means that you can have a really good round, and a boss can just completely wipe you out, and there's nothing you can do. Like, I don't understand why they thought it was a good idea to implement. I hadn't come across that yet. Luckily, I suppose. Man, I would have been annoyed though. Because there is no counter against that. Because I mean, I found a lot of the game feeling like I was resource starved as is. Like, you could only realistically build a new tower or upgrade a building or thing each round, which I can understand from a balancing point of view, but like, yeah, Crimson, you had a worst idea. You had a much worse time. And it's not like they are disabled for X amount of time, which I could understand, but they're literally destroyed. Which means that you lose all the resources, all the upgrades for them. Ooh. And upgrades partly you need resources for upgrades. Do you? No, it's only purchasing towers. They give you like points or something for completing around. Resources. You can spend gold on upgrading them quicker. That's an interesting thing. So you could actually... I wonder about that. Gold to purchase new tower, or upgrade points. I wonder how that would feel. I need a thinking side of this. So let's say that we're now going to go with get X number of upgrade grade points at end of round wave, or X number of waves. My thinking face is my anger face. That's such a cool emote. You've got such cool emotes, Braxton. Okay, so that's what we're gonna go with. Because that gives the best sort of... What I like about this is it gives the balance between... Problem is I keep thinking of how to balance it, and I'm like, maybe I should just actually implement it, try it out, and see how it feels before trying to balance it. Okay, so that is the new way of doing this. So we're going to get upgrade points. How's your game going, Crimson? I just read the word restart, Crimson. Did you restart something again? Well, I had to restart my ability system since it was triggering abilities twice and couldn't figure out why, and the guy who did the tutorial video didn't know either. So I've been doing them again from scratch, and so far, so good. So either I did something wrong or it was Unreal being Unreal. Fair enough. I was helping a guy on the forums this week, actually, and he was getting, like, you know, the generate macro errors from basically the generate macros were throwing out bugs. This kept throwing out in one of the files, was all over the place. And I know before I've had this issue when, like, I had an arbitrary file, not even the file that was linked. So like this one, there was like this was missing or something somewhere, or there was like an extra one of these. There was some like weird thing with how the editor thought everything was fine with the brackets, but it wasn't, and it showed up in a different file. I did in my work project as well. There was something wrong. I literally had to go through and just like comment out lines like this until I found the piece that broke, and then I had to like carefully inspect it, going like, what is wrong with you? Well, at least it's working so far. Like that's good. Wonder why it was triggering twice. That's one of those things, unless you can sit there and literally debug it, and like you literally got to debug from where it gets hit and see, is the hit being called twice? What's getting called twice? You go through every single little piece. There's a part of, well, I hate doing that kind of debugging, but there's also a part of me that loves doing that kind of debugging. Are you using 8.5 gigs of RAM? Yes, you are. What the shit? How am I using 50 gigs of RAM? Oh, is Unreal plus that? I mean, I guess that makes sense. Am I seriously using... I'm using 46 gigs of RAM. Okay, then. Okay, loss! Happy Catcher How about... what about debugging? No, I was saying that, where you've got one of those complex things where Crimson was speaking about having his ability system triggering twice. Like, I both love and hate debugging that kind of stuff. It depends on how frustrating it is, because usually when you do find it, you're just like, oh yeah, and you solve it, you're relieved, you're angry, and you're happy in like the same time. You just get that mix of confused emotions because you're just like, it's over, it's done. Like I had debug print strings everywhere and literally couldn't see where the second ability trigger was being called. Yeah, I guess at that point it's just easier to start again. It's probably quicker, isn't it? I discovered this week, and apparently I was the last person to discover this, that in Unreal Engine, if you open up a blueprint, BP underscore, can I just have a normal blueprint? Boss enemy, for example. Open the full thing. That if you have a print string, and you click this, and you give it a key, if the key already exists on the string, it will just replace that message with the new text and not just have, like, you've got X, Y, and Z on something that's continuously being updated, it'll just update that one instead of printing all of them. And I was like, apparently I was the last person to discover this. Like, everyone that I spoke to was like, yeah, that's what the key values. I'm like, thank you for telling me. Actually, speaking of which, I need to change my one then. Let's add the key value to that as well, because that's useful. And yes, in case you're wondering, I do have a Blueprints Global where I have a print debug set as A. I stole this from Boom. It's 100% print screen stolen code that I stole from Boom. It was a brilliant idea. So instead of having to type print string and spell it wrong every time, I just have to do A 3 times. Apparently I did one for get map name as well. What? There we go. God damn it. Borrow. You borrowed. Yes, thank you, Braxton. Thank you for correcting me. My apologies. I borrowed this from Boom. Oh, we don't need this anymore. Stole. You what, Sikilos? You what? How does this look on stream? Hold on. Isn't this like... That is... I literally can't read that on my other screen. How's that? Wait a second. Forget full programmer 1976. Does that mean you were born in 1976? Or is it just a number that you like? Also, hello and welcome. Wait a second, you're not working on a turret. 1976, welcome. So if you're a forgetful programmer, let me try that again. If you're a forgetful programmer, what do you work on? Do you have a side project? I mean, if you're here, you might be into game dev. My Sherlock Holmes senses are tingling. By the way, for those interested in Humble Bundle, has released a new bundle full of assets. God damn it, Crimson. Why would you tell me this? You know I'm going to go purchase that, and then I'm just going to have like a large number of, an even larger number of stuff that I never use. Like this. Because I gotta collect them all. Nothing at the moment. Aww. Gotta have a side project, gotta have a fun project. So what programming language did you start with then? Because you've been programming for a while. Don't. Why would you link it to me, Crimson? Crimson secretly works for Humble. Ooh, they've got a subway. The problem is I look at all of these and I'm like, okay, we've got this. It's like I could make a game. Like, actually, this is really good because I'm like, I could make a game in here. I could make one here. I don't know, I could use that for something. That just looks cool. I'm sure we could use that for something. Oh, we can add these two together. Another subway. I wonder if I've got a subway, but that's pretty cool. Damn, this is really good. The apocalyptic hospital thing is cool. Oh, quite a few of them I can plan on using for a game. Definitely. I feel like the nice thing is once you got the assets done, it makes it a lot easier. Don't we have this medieval church? We've got one like this before. I've got this. I don't have this. Actually, I think I have that. There's too many things. Car. No, I'm sure I've got those cars. I've seen them before. Oh, because they're called vehicles, not cars. Vehicles. City sample vehicles. Maybe I used those. Oh, what was this? No, I use this in one of my games. In one of my game jams. Oh, this is addictive. The first language I was exposed to was C46 Basic. Then in high school, I learned about Pascal. Ooh, Pascal. I've heard lots of people that have started on sort of Pascal and then like C derivatives. Oh. This is a really good pack. Oh, the industrial. This one I feel like I've got. I'm sure I used that one in. What was it called? The Game Dev TV did a thing with that, didn't they? There's so many good things in here. So do you get all of them for the £27? 13, 27. So you do. This is bad, Crimson. I don't know why we need pipes and vents, but I'd rather have them in case I ever need them. Oh, thank you for that, Crimson. 6 of them that I already had, which wasn't too bad. Okay. Odds of you have them, there's a high chance I already have them. So forgetful programmer, what is your programming language of choice at the moment then? What is your go-to language? It's something interesting. So in university, I learned C++ as my first language. Then for my first job, I did JavaScript. Then my second job, I did JavaScript. And now I've moved back to C++ again. And I have like a new appreciation for it. I'm like, actually, I don't hate C++ as much as I thought I did. I also did C# briefly in my first job. And I discovered I don't really like it. Well, it was not that I didn't like it. I just hadn't had much exposure to it. Now I've considered using it, but then that would mean I have to use Godot, and I saw what Godot is doing with their licensing, and I was like, nope, not going near that. Not Godot. Unity. Godot is completely different. What am I on? Using Godot at the moment. Nice. That's pretty cool. So you mentioned you're not working on a project, so have you made some games in Godot? Basically, I think I have enough assets for 2 or 3 levels without needing to custom asset, which is pretty good. Between everything I have. Fair enough. Like, I've got somewhere on the line of the same, and yet we still see me going and making... Well, I suppose I needed custom ones, which is why we're making this one. This one I need to fix. Ah, it's so annoying. I need to also remember that the player is going to be... We worked it out earlier. It's like, that's the closest the player can get to a tower on screen. which means that this is fine. Because I'm looking at like detail here, which they're never going to see. I do want to make this a bit more prominent. This didn't come out as, even from this angle, as well as I expected, and considering how these ones came out really well. Okay, that one actually has geometry, but these completely flat. There's a lot I want to do to this. I must say, this smart material that you just apply and then just leave is really good. I can see the detail nerd. Yes, yes. Gilliam, hello. You try to make stuff in Godot? Nice. Well, I'll have something like, if a game with the player can examine them closely with lore and info. I do actually have on my list of things to do have a model viewer. But let's say you have a model viewer, how close will they realistically be able to get to it? Maybe this close. Would I want them to get much closer than that? Maybe not. So here what I do have to do is I actually have to restrict the camera from being able to go underneath, because then you realize that there's nothing there. Because I removed all the geometry that was technically not visible. Also, this one's technically hovering, but shh. That'll be our little secret chat. No one will know. Also, for some reason, this didn't come out well, which makes me wonder if there's a bug. Well, not a bug, but the UV. There's an issue with the UVs because I haven't applied this. Because what it looks like is it's drawn it this way over it. So I need to fix it. The normals. Thank you. Yes, the normals, not the UV. So the normals on that look like that might be a bit, because if I'm not mistaken, there's a line that actually goes along here, which connects to this stuff. This is not touching. Actually, it's not supposed to be touching. And he has me looking at the towers in way too much detail. And then there's this piece which came out okay. But yeah, this needs a bit more work. Let's put that there. Actually, I'll put that up there and I'll be right back. I'll just leave that there. You can look at that while I'll be right back.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah. No, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go. Through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we
Boom. No screenshots. It's not ready. Also, tomatoes cannot be trusted. That fart was so loud, and I still had my headphones on live, you know. It was just nice music playing, and then the fart came through, and I nearly died. I nearly died, tomatoes. Is that what you wanted? That's what tomatoes can't be trusted. Just out here farting randomly in my stream, trying to kill me. Boom, no screenshots. No screenshots. It's not ready yet for screenshots. Please try again later. Let me see, did Boom steal my screenshot? Steal it yet? No, okay. We're good, we're good. It hasn't been stolen yet. See? No stolen. We're safe. Where is the thing that we are trying to build? This one? No. I gotta go mod in a channel. Good luck. Thanks very much, Crimson, for stopping by, and thanks for all your help. Where is it? Okay, so either the wave ends, or we use gold. So it's wave or gold. So let's go like this. We'll make that color, and we'll make that color. Then tower can be upgraded. Show the icon, and show icon on upgrade page. Upgrade page. Show. I want to do two things. Show. Reset points. You can reset the points we spent so far. Upgrade page, show unspent points. That works. Oh, I mean, it doesn't work. That's planned. So we're not going to do that, but we're going to do... So what I need to then do is this wave. So when the wave finishes, I think for simplicity, we're going to create a system where, and I can actually create this from the get wave levels thing. Let's just assume that wave 1 we get 1, we get 1. So everyone, the hand has arrived. What's it? Oh, you can't even see the hand. Oh, you can. It's just it's a random hand. It's like, whoa, that's creepy. Thank you. Do we want some towers to get more? No. We're gonna. Every tower is gonna get the same amount. So every tower is going to get 1 upgrade point. I would say every tower gets 1 upgrade point that exists before the end of the wave. And what else? it should be fine. So I think, let's think about how we're going to implement that. So I can never remember where this is. So BP underscore game. What is the main thing? Game mode. I think everything runs for the game mode, doesn't it? There we go. There's my game mode. Now, interesting that I have this like that. Anyway, whatever. So we call build phase. Thank you, Bibles.
Picking up the pieces of a broken heart, 'cause I was chosen.
Let me think. Do I have? I've got data tables. I don't. Why is nothing saved in here? I had so many. Oh, because I changed Windows. Weird that that didn't save. So data. Level maps. Is that one? 3, 4. No, we want the waves. We want test map 5. So let's look at that. Right. So we've got wave details and we've got enemies. What we could do is change this data struct. Actually, what I actually want to do is rework the wave system anyway. For now, what we'll do is we'll add to this that at the end of the round, before we load the next round, or do we put it on the next round? No, I'd keep it with the current round. So at the end of the round, we get actually. I'd put it at the start of the round. When the round, so what I'll do is write some pseudocode. So when the round ends, make it blue for blueprint. Let's make it more blue. I'll make you straight. There we go. That's really convenient. So wave round ends. So wave ends. Actually, so when better way of doing this is when we load the round, we get the number, we set the number of the spawn. I think the spawn system's gonna have to manage this. We have a delegate that's gonna handle this for us. Yeah, I'll throw the whole thing into delegate. So the end of a wave, when the next wave starts, so wave ends, do this. Next wave start. Actually, I'll change this to next. So next wave start, we're going to do this, which is going to say, assign points to all towers, I mean, just all towers. You don't have to say all active towers. You can't have a non-active tower. Do that. Then that. Delete that. go. Then I want to add, can I add a little note to this? Add a sticky note to a sticky note. What is this data table called? Where's the derived data from it? So the struct is s underscore wave info. Add field for number of points. So the first wave, you'll have no towers. Let's write something out for myself. Wave 1. Wave 1 start. You have no towers, so no points get assigned. I mean, you can try, but you'll never be able to create a tower before the start of the wave anyway. But I must make sure that it's just set to 0. So then next wave, why do I keep saying? Honestly, it's a miracle I passed English. Ah, that coffee is so hot. You know, they make cups with handles on them, and yet I still grab it by not the handle. And then I complain that it's hot, because, you know, logic. But that's good coffee. Okay, so I'm gonna plan this out. So do we create a upgrade system per tower, or do we create one? Some are gonna have unique ones. I mean, that introduces that. My mug has no handles. Imagine having handle money in 2025. Wait, Braxton. I think you have it wrong. I think what you actually mean is mugs that don't have a handle probably cost more because I feel like they're fancier than mugs that do have handles. So imagine having no mug handle money in 2025. That's what you're trying to tell me. That's how it works. A mug with a handle is more expensive than a mug. No, a mug with a handle is cheaper than a mug without a handle. That's confusing. It's just, you know, it's just the way it is. It's, think of it like this. What's an example? There's an example of this where you pay more, but you get like a whole bunch less because it's fashionable. What? There's got to be an example of this. I can't remember. There's got to be an example somewhere. I can't think of one thing. Apple computers. There you go. Apple computers. You're paying more, but you're getting less computer. So, interestingly, I'm listening to the Steve Jobs audiobook at the moment, and that is, wow, it was a wild time when they made that company, and some of the stuff I'm hearing from that book, I was like, your mug has the snob appeal. Yes, you have a snob appealed mug. Like, that's fine. Mug, or what do you call it? Handleless. I'm gonna type handleless mugs, and I'm gonna do it Austrian in case Amazon decides just to be an asshole. There's some really nice looking ones here. I'll take a screenshot because Amazon decided that they're just going to show my address now. Thanks for that, Amazon. Actually, some of these look quite nice. I like these kinds of mugs because they've got that that gap over here. They're fine to hold because it's like air gapped. If you want really simple beverages, the 330ml one is 3 euros per liter. The big 2 liter ones is 2 per liter. You buy the smaller one, you get, oh yes, that, exactly that. Like, you go to Tesco and I just want a can of Coke, and it's, what's it, 3 3 euros per liter or whatever it is, and then yeah. Sorry, I have a frustration with that because I hate going and buying like a 500ml bottle of Coke. That's what, I think it's £2.10 now, and then on special you can get 1.5 liters as the big one for like £1.50, and I'm just like, I don't want the big one, I just want the small one, but I don't want to have to spend like double the price. Try searching climbing grip mugs. Climbing grip mugs. What is this? What is this? What? What? Man, I want one. I don't know why. I just want one. But why are they so expensive? It's encouraging to eat more because fat people buy more food. Fair enough. That's just silly. You say that, Sukilos, but the number of results of these mugs that I'm seeing on Amazon is insane. Insane. Climbing grips, yes. I mean, it's kind of like the same as climbing, you know, high risk, high reward. When you go climbing, if you can't grip onto the things, you know, the possibility of death is there. With this, holding a hot beverage that you either, well, one of two things will happen. Either the mug will fall to the floor and break, or you'll spill it on yourself and have really bad burns. I mean, this is what, no pun intended, but like living life on the edge. Quite literally, right? Okay, the pun was very much intended. Nice, first message from me, huh? Instantly triggering angers the streamer. Yeah, what the hell, man? Why do you have to come in here? You just set me off on a tangent, just bring in anger. Why? You can tell you can hit a nerve, and it annoys me. We went to Bubbles and I got pizza last night for dinner, and she asked for a Coke. And we just paid, and they tell us to come back in 10 minutes. Like, okay, fine. We come back. I get the pizzas, and for some reason they decided we wanted a can, and Bubbles didn't question the fact that when we went to pay, like, it was cheaper than we thought, so we're like, eh. And she walks out with 2 pizzas and the small can of Coke. It goes, I guess we'll share this. I'm like, well, I'm an imp, what do you expect? That's what I do. Somehow I read that wrong, but the meaning was still there. I want to get one of these weird cups. Give it to guests that you really hate. Just go like, I'm really into climbing, I think you should do it, and then give them this cup, this mug, and see what they do. Like, you're holding it wrong. It's gonna be like, you gotta hold it like this, man. I like stainless steel, so I want stainless steel mugs. Pinch grip OP, exactly. By the way, your name is familiar. This is the narrative. I'm sure you've seen the nerds. I feel like everyone's seen the nerds. They make a very nice game, the Cat Cafe game. It's a lot of fun. This is nerds. These are the nerds. Wait, where is it? That's the nerds. Look at them. They're wallowing in fart juices with the fart things. Look at all the gases, the fart gases everywhere. I have that game on Steam, Cat Cafe. That's where you know them from. There it is. Super Cat Cafe. Oh, this was from the launch. I remember. That was there's no ways this was 6 months ago. What? What? Wait, was that 6 months ago that game released? That doesn't seem possible. That can't be 6 months ago. Where's my Steam? The olden days when games got released. What? You released a game? What are you talking about me? I still haven't. I've been working on this game for a year. I think it's a year and a half now. Brax the whip. Okay, I'll get there. I just one more thing that I want to check. Silent doesn't like being reminded of how much time you'd be making towers for. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. I mean, okay, Braxton. Technically, if we want to look at it as technical, the tower is made. We're done. It just needs to be colored and then a touch of fixing. Just like there's one or two little areas that need some improvement. Technically, it's done. Would I put it into the game like this? No, I would not, because I have standards, and I also have to fix all the hard work that I broke. Why is it so hard to see when a game released on Steam? Show game details. This released on the 11th of November 2024. What? That's actually wild. What? What is time? Like, how is November 6 months ago? Like, I know it makes logical sense. It was 6, but what? MFG, that redeem was so loud again. I don't know why the redeems on that are so loud. I actually need to turn that down because every time it makes me jump. Oh, hi, Josh. Just lurking there. How dare you? Which one of the 180 applications was that one? That was, I mean, it must have been StreamerBot. Imagine actually seeing StreamerBot in the list. Am I just blind? Okay then, I guess maybe it plays out of system. Apologies for dropping in and out. No worries at all. Right, I need to actually finish planning this so I can build it. Some people pay good money for that. Where is... I've lost this thing like 5 times. So yeah, Josh, if you need help with I'mGUI, let me know. I have had many headaches with it. Oh my goodness. So we've done well in the sense that we've mostly figured this out. We've figured out where the modifications need to happen in my game. We need the widget for the upgrade. So what I need to decide now, let's just pull the list quickly. Mirror, what's this? It looks good. Mirror is a flashbang inducing application. Sorry. Mirror is a, I don't know what you call it, like a mind map tool of sorts. It's like a board that you can put things on, and I use it for planning out my game. As you can basically put sticky notes, but I use them as little colored blocks of things. So I've used it for creating all sorts of different parts of my game because it looks unorganized, but it's super organized for me. So that's technically where I am in my game. I've been here for a while. I don't think I've, since I made this the first time, ever moved that, but don't worry about it. Storm Running Gaming, hello. Yeah, if you want to have a look at Mirror. I find it great. We use it at work. So I keep track of, like, these are the towers that I'm making. These are what they used to sort of look like. The different iterations we've gone through, what they look like now. What else? So there's that. There's my data cube that's in the game, which needs a little bit more work, but it's kind of there. Then, I mean, I keep track of, like, what these... This is the first iteration of my towers. Oh, you're a 3D modeler? I don't know the term. Yes, so I've made all the towers. somewhat. That's the current state of all my towers, should I put it. Other than that, which is technically almost out. So I'm modeling all the towers. Most of the streams have been me modeling the towers. I'm trying to get more into actually doing the actual game dev as well. What else is there? So that's the plan, or what we're trying to do. Then we've got like the different levels that I want. Actually, this has changed. This is no longer going to be that because I want 2 levels. Delete that. Please, can I delete that? Delete. We can move that up there. So those are the 2 demo levels. What else? We've got the name for the game. That's how I planned that. I was figuring out UI flow, save game, the demo level, all that. The design of this has actually changed. I need to update that at some point. Honestly, those turrets look very professional. I could imagine seeing them in asset libraries for 400. So clean as well. Thank you. Considering how long I've taken to make them, yeah, I could do that. They're extremely high detailed. Honestly, a lot of the work lately has been trying to make them reduce the poly count to make them a bit lower quality. Well, because I've got the high quality ones and then I baked them. So if we look at this is that cannon tower that we saw, and this is the baked version of it. So I've taken the high, you can kind of see there's a high quality version, which is this one with all the lines that's put on top of it. Boom, hello again. Boom's just Loki's. Boom, no screenshots, please. This is not ready for mass production. Can't steal my work. It's not finished. Oh, it actually shows you all the I didn't realize it shows you all your seam lines as well. But yeah, so bake all the thing. Angry boom. You can't take my unfinished work. Take it when it's finished. Did you steal it from earlier? No, you didn't. Haha, didn't steal it yet. Yeah. So yeah, I'm making all the towers in painful, excruciating detail. What is boom with spaghetti? I saw you post that in your stream in the Discord the other day. You just added this, like, just boom with spaghetti. I was like, what? This is the greatest. And then just boom with egg. It's like a blanket and everything. Oh, it's great. Stop distracting me. Those legs, I know, the legs. Look how like butch the legs are. It's like such a simple emote, but it's so funny. And then the eyes, the angry eyes. But yeah, I'm making all the models. I'm doing everything myself. Oh, they're great. It's real. Then we've got some other stuff which you can't see yet. The dumber the emote, the more people like it. Yes, that is 100% true. These are a bunch of the other systems I've got. Like all of this is like all the planned, the like stuff that's being put into the game. Most of it looks more complicated than it is. So for example, health system I've actually technically done. The wave spawner is mostly done, but it needs a bit of an upgrade to handle another pathing system that I want to do, which actually links to exactly this. So I've always liked the concept of being able to have two spots where enemies can spawn from, and I've been trying to figure out like how to do it. So I spent some time sort of architecting what I want to happen. Also, I also have my demo complete. I've used all the free assets though. I'll eventually own Blender. Oh, Crims, I mean, Storm, can you send me the demo? I can have a look at it. Super organized. I thought free assets were placeholders or whatever, but it turns out combining lots of free assets is called kit bashing. Oh, yeah, yeah. So yeah, I was trying to figure out a way of architecting this, which in theory shouldn't be too complicated, because I have a map that I've designed on paper that utilizes this, which would be really cool. So this would be a bridge, basically. There would be a bridge over here, and I've pre-built the map how I think it'll work, and we'll see if it's actually going to work like that. Then there's a data cube. This is architecting how I want my jump stuff to work with my little stick figurines. Tower upgrades, which we're actually busy working on. And why have I said this twice? I have no idea. Who knows? I will be right back. I have returned. So Chili Imp, yes, I'm using Unreal Engine, C++ and Blueprint. I've yeet me yeet back. There we go. So my game instance, for example, the save system is all built using C++, and I actually think the whole thing is built using C++. The entire save system. I actually forgot how I built this. Set game stats. So I've got... Right, they're just structs. Get map save data. I have no idea what that is. Oh, map name, scores, stars, complete. I tried learning C++ 2 times. I think the third time I'd lose. Fair enough. Like, I struggle with things like C++. I've always struggled with, you've got to do that like initial, what the fuck does this thing mean? So like, you know, understand variables, Boolean, ints, all those kinds of things. And then when you add Unreal Engine onto that, you've got like specific ones. So you've got new ones. You've got like F string, which is their string. You've got F name, which is like a string. So yeah. What version are you using in Unreal? There's 5.6 nothing. There's 5.6 preview. But Storm, do you have a, when's your, you mentioned something about your demo. Is it ready? Is it out? Can people try it? Can I try it? So I got this message yesterday when I opened this. There's 5.6 preview. I'm not going to touch 5.6 preview yet. I will probably wait a bit. Generally, I find the 0.0 releases are quite bad. Then the 0.1, 0.2, 0.3 or 4 is usually a bit more stable. It's very complicated for my PHP focused brain. Fair enough. I mean, you could do PHP. That's still pretty cool. I've never touched PHP. Actually, I looked at PHP once and went, what the fuck is this? And then I never looked at it again. Not yet. I finished. Oh, you finished the demo quest line. Right. I have all the assets and landscapes placed. Now adding characters, quest, voice for the cutscenes. Nice. That's so cool. What are you doing for the voices for your cutscenes? Are you voice acting them? Are you getting some people to voice act them? Are you using AI? What is your plan? Just asking for a friend. Myself. It's myself. Let's be honest. It's just myself. How dare you laugh at my lack of PHP-ness? And then I found ways of not having to use PHP, like build a Node.js backend server, or write a C# server, which I never actually did, but I used one. It's fine. It's a thing. Other people did it. I don't have to do it. I'm getting sidetracked. Let's minimize that. Let's do that. So, what do I have left to construct for this? This one little architectural thing has taken me like the whole stream to build. AI voices using ChatGPT to make the dialogue. It works very well. Just Google AI text with speech. There's some good websites. Okay. Sounds so realistic and different words. Do you know if that's a good idea to use for other languages, like other than English, for example? I'm so young. We had C# to learn coding basics in high school. Haven't touched C# since then. So in high school, I tried to learn C# using a textbook. The issue I had is I couldn't ever figure out what the fuck you had to do to get it to compile. So back then, I didn't even know what an IDE was. So I was writing C# code in a literally notepad, and then I could never get it to compile. So the learning did not go well. It was only till university that they were like, use an IDE. And I was like, the fuck's an IDE? And they were like, install this piece of software. And I was like, the hell is this? And then I got my first C++, and then actually in university they taught me to do C++. I'll never forget that, like, that satisfaction the first time it runs. You see that text pop on the screen of the question you ask, you put in a response, you put in a result, and you get a response, and it works. And you're just like, oh, I have the power of the universe at my hands. That was like the first time I ever wrote a program, and it was so fun. And then it was addicting. And then, well, here we are. Well, some could say I made bad life choices. But nah, I think it was good. It was a good idea. A lot of fun. So much you can do. But my console app, it has other languages as well. Right, cool, okay. That's good to know. I need to give that a try. But my console apps can perfectly write hello world and take your name as an input. My peak C# knowledge. That's like exactly, I think that was like my first thing. But my first program is, it's always the same. It was just hello world, printed the thing, and that was it. It was just write hello world to the thing. And I was like, oh my god. And then what was the first thing I did? I was like, I'm gonna be really advanced here. And I changed it from hello world to hello world 1 to see that it was actually made a difference. I was like, oh my god, revolutionary. When getting it to speak, use exclamation for exciting words. ... for pause. Each dot is a 1 second pause. Right, okay. That's good to know. I learned Delphi many years ago, which was my first introduction to, like, not technically visual scripting programming, but like dragging stuff onto a canvas and then linking it. So that was kind of like, what was it? It was like widgets in Unreal Engine where you drag them onto the screen and then they have a variable name and then you do stuff, write code under the thing. Yeah. I bought a Udemy course on Unreal Engine C++ about 3 weeks ago on sale, of course. Couldn't bring myself to open it yet. Which one is it? Because depending on the one, it's actually a lot of fun. Let me log into mine and see which one. If it's the Game Dev TV one, it's a lot of fun. Well, I found it a lot of fun. Continue with emails. What? I think that's the Game Dev TV one. Oh, you emailed me. Right, okay. Let's go have a look. Okay, you see, I try to learn Unity. So it's this one. Unreal Engine C++. This one was long. Oh my god, it's so long though. Uses of 5.2. It's funny because it's marked me as not completing it because they've added new. Yeah, it reset this entire section, which I had previously done because I've got the certificate for it. It's actually reset a lot of it. Interestingly, I feel like so this record warehouse rec new Unreal Engine 5 content, this actually isn't C++ at all from what I remember. It's all what do you call it? It's all done just in Unreal Engine using the blueprint system because they want you to like get a bit more familiar with that, which is why they do that, which makes sense. Then there's Obstacle Assault, which I think is where Obstacle Assault is the first one you actually start using C++ code. The compile a C++ project. Like, these steps here are they're not a pain, but they can cause the biggest level of headache because stuff doesn't want to work. Once you've got that working, it's fine. Cryptic Radar. I briefly remember doing that one because this is how I started on Unreal Engine C++ code was this. Then Toon Tanks, that was fun. That was probably the most fun. The Simple Shooter was quite cool. I wonder how, I don't know how up to date all of this is unless they've redone it again. Setting timers in C++. I've never used C++, just nodes. I find ways for everything in nodes. I've even got async loading to work in nodes. Actually loading widgets that go away, not on a delay, but after shaders loading. Nice. I mean, you can do most, if not everything you need in blueprints. There are games that are full, like games that have been released just with blueprints. You don't have to do C++. There is some stuff you can't do. So for example, if you look at mine, Actually, I can show you in here. I have this. So I have this system, which basically is a whole delegate system, which means that I can subscribe to this variable from anywhere and then call stuff. I do believe my life would, C++ would make your life easier. Yes, even just a basic part of the C++ could make your life easier. So like I've got this whole delegate system that MariusWorks helped me implement. Where is it? Yeah. So I have tons of delegates. But if we look at them, it's just like I've got a delegate that when my wave ends, it will broadcast this, and then anything that subscribes to that, no matter where it is, gets this notification. And I've got that basically for everything, and that's just what delegates are. It's a way of saying when this event happens, I want everything that is listening to this thing to do something, and it'll go through and do all of those. And as you can see, I have them for just everything. My entire stat system works off of this, which is so cool to see. Because a lot of the time, and I see this on the forums a lot, people are like, how do I get this thing to communicate with that thing? And a lot of it's like, okay, you got to pass it through this, and you got to do that, and you got to like you have these like hierarchies of things that get passed around. But with good old event dispatches, you can have access to stuff happening from everywhere without having to have things depend on other things. That's how events look in C++. Well, this is technically the variable declaration for the thing, the delegate or the event. Then here's the actually create the variable based off of that type, because you define a type, which is this. Then you've got this, which is the variable associated to that type, and then you've got this, which is like, for example, game system on that do something. So it basically, this is just so when an enemy is removed, here's your thing for what to do. Boom doesn't like C++, yes, because Marius put one of these systems into Boom's project and it like bricked the project and everyone was very stressed. I'm pretty sure Marius lost 5 years of his life. Yes, then you do broadcast on it. You can actually do other stuff as well. So for example, there was something else I was reading about, because I always type just type broadcast, but you've got add clear contains, get all objects, is bound, remove to string. There's actually a lot you can do. Basically, they're great, and it could be a small part of C++ that gives you a lot. Marius did do that. No Barry player. Is it no Barry player? Is that how you say that? Welcome. How are you doing today? I feel bad. I was like, it's okay. I have backups. I miss Marius streams. I miss his streams too. Like, he spoke to me after that. I've never heard him so stressed in my life. Okay, I've only known Marius for a year and a half, but still, like, I feel like he legit lost 5 years off of his life. He was just sitting there so stressed. I still hope you have lots of backups, Boom, because you're not using, we haven't convinced you yet to use source control. So you can't be cool like us and go, let's just take this blueprint and go, what did we do? I want to go, oh my god, I've got so many revisions. I want to go back to a different time. How many times did I modify this file? Like, let's go back to, what did it first look like? What have I changed? Other than everything. Marius twerks. Yeah, boy. I like how advanced a project gets. Everything is, if this does that, but the strings get so long, it gets confusing still. Everything is existing is if this do that. Yes, that's the whole thing. like the core loop of what's actually happening under Unreal Engine is if this thing has not finished, keep running the game loop, and that's how the whole C++ game runs. I hope we get Marius stream soon. Yes, we should start a GoFundMe to get him a new apartment. Because technically, if his budget's unlimited, he can afford anything, right? Right? And as soon as he gets a new apartment, that means we get a Marius stream. I think this is the way. Okay, I also clicked a diff and nothing happened, and I'm scared. Saya! Temtic! Oh, that is so cute. Thank you for the giantify emote, Temtic. I appreciate it. And also, that's just so cute. I thought he had a new apartment ready. What happened? He put a offer in for an apartment, and then it was offered to someone else because they were part of a friend who was part of the building association or something. So nothing. Ah. Oh, you got Bits leader for that as well, Temtic. How are you doing today, Temtic? I love how you messaged me yesterday, Temtic, and you're like, oh, I guess you saw the news about you on LinkedIn, and I was like, what? And then I went and had a look, and I was like, ah, right. Temtic being a good lad, helping the university students, being like, I was where you were. This is how I got here. Does he not have Insta where he is? He does, but he is staying with his mother at the moment, so he doesn't want to like start streaming at like weird hours and this and that. So, which is fair. I didn't do uni, college, uni. That aren't they the? I feel like they're the same thing. Didn't you get a degree, Temtic? I feel like you got a degree. Did you not, or did you get a diploma? Uni, college? You studied. It's this like same thing, right? I've been talking to ChatGPT about my game. I'm basically making a full AAA game with company style scope, but just one person. I was advised to make a studio name and pretend I'm more than one person. So we came up with Eterna Studios. Eterna Studios? That's a cool name. I like that. If I'm even saying that right. Bachelor is college, master's is uni. That's confusing. Because I went to a university and got a bachelor's. But that means that if I were to tell you, oh, I just went to a university, does that make you think that I have a master's? No. Why you confuse me, Temtic? Why you confuse me? Why is Unreal lagging? I'm just gonna casually, skill issue. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you come in here with a skill issue? Do you know who I am? Well, if you don't, it says it somewhere at the bottom over there on the screen. Oh, that way, that way, that way on the screen. Apparently I'm backwards. Right, I need to get back to planning. Planning. What'd you have for lunch today, Temtic? More salmon? Question mark. I have a master's degree in YouTube search. That's impressive. It's a useful skill. I mean, from using your degree, you're definitely using it, right? This might be a dumb question, so I'm sorry in advance. No such thing as a dumb question. But how do you start the process of actually making something? Like, okay, you made notes, you research things, you have a brief idea of what you want, time to code. What do you do first? A player controller, components, another example 59 gun, 57 a gun, a state manager, whatever else you can think of. So I'll tell you what I did. Well, maybe what I did was bad, so do it in a better way. I have no idea why that's so small. That's what she said. Not that. I don't want that. I want this. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to take this, copy this. So, how do you start? You create, usually in Unreal Engine, it depends on what type of game you're making. So let's say you're making a first-person shooter. So let's put this up here. First-person shooter. What I would do is you start with being able to spawn that character. So have character, spawn character, spawn character, and then move character. Move character. Right? So now you've got your character. You can spawn and you can move around in the world. So I've never been to college, but I know a wide range of subjects. For instance, I designed a cat pen in my yard outside that connects to my window. In Unreal Engine, then built in real life. Oh, nice. Start, keep everything default and get a landscape or something to walk on, then alter the character while code is the middle. Yeah. So you start with just being able to have, like, when I started my game, I just wanted to be able to have an enemy spawn and walk, be able to place a tower down, and literally all the enemy had to do was had to go from A to B. So if we go to YouTube, maybe not YouTube Studio, so Solar Atomic. This might be the easiest way of showing you. If we go to this, and then we go to this, and we mute myself. This is how this started, where, come on, all I had was like the ability for my stuff to move. There we go. I had a spawn point and I had an end point, and all I wanted the enemies to do was to start here and walk to the end. Then what I did was I created a tower, and I wanted to be able to place the tower down. So I could place the tower down, and then once the tower was being able to be placed, I wanted the tower to, within a range, shoot at enemies. And I think my towers were quite literally, they were triangles. They were, well, not triangles. What do you call a triangle with a circle at the bottom? But yeah, something like that. I found this works well. Simple AI move to node combined with a nav mesh bounds, then I can tell the AI to move somewhere in the bottom. Yeah, that's exactly what I did here. So AI would spawn there, and then I wanted to be able to see the path that the AI was creating. So all I did was just spawn these little mesh things that showed the direction they were taking. I've now upgraded that a bit. So that's what that started out as. And now if we go here, that's what that system now looks like, the path that the AI will take. So AI starts there, or at least this is where they will start, and they follow the yellow line. I'll probably change it so that the texture at some point looks like it moves forward. So maybe make it a little less in your face. I don't know, like a cone. Thank you, a cone. I don't know why I couldn't think of the word cone. Yeah. So my towers used to start off as cones. Then I got them so that we could place them down. We're gonna ignore that. It's a little large. But yeah, that's how I start. So usually the first thing you want to do is, can you spawn and can you move around in your world, depending on what type of game you move. Like for me, it was, I have a camera that looks sort of down at this angle. Can I move it around? That was like the first thing that I implemented. And I actually got that working, I think, before I even got it on stream, just to make sure, could I get the camera to actually do things? And if you look at my first iteration of the camera, it was actually wrong, because it was the wrong type of camera, in the sense that it could get blocked by, what used to happen is, it was technically a pawn on the floor here, so we would move here and then it would jump because it had height, and then it would fall and then jump, and it wasn't something that literally had fixed height. So now you'll see I can like move through things technically, because there's no collision on the camera. And what would also actually happen is, depending on, because you'll see that the camera is actually at an angle. Can I eject? No, I can't, because I'm playing in a separate window. But the camera is there's actually a point on the ground that the camera is moving on. So if enemies walked over that point, the camera would zoom into the enemy, because of how like collision stuff was working. It was really janky. But you'll see what I've also done is, you'll notice that the AI is actually spawning over here, because I was testing stuff here. And one of the ways that I tested on a small little map where I don't have to worry about all of this, and I have no idea what that line is for, but it does something. Oh, that is interesting. I didn't realize that this tower, my missile tower, is actually able to hit all the way out here. Oh, that's a good test. So you see a missile launches off there, it actually arcs and it's shooting here. Okay, apparently that's still working. That's good to know. But like Chili Imp, like this is why they say game jams are usually quite good. What might be a good idea is start with that. That's also why they say start with like a small game. So what's a genre of game that you like? What's a type of game that you like, for example? It's so cool. There's a clip I have on YouTube. It's like one of my favorite clips. Let me go find it for you. What happened? God damn it, Boom. Redeemed fart. Thank you for the fart, Redeemed Boom. You took some years off of my life. It's called, I know what the clip was called. Oh, here it is. I know Boom was here when this happened. So if you look, there was a bit of an error with with the missiles that would just start when they lost their target. They would just go off in a random direction or spin. Like, what the shit? So yeah, that's technically still an issue, but because we haven't actually fixed it. Yeah, and you can see Boomers here in this game. It was great. I'll practice with any, try to make a space shooter, but with the ability to upgrade, kit your ship, different weapons, infantry system. Yeah, so you'll be surprised at how many systems you need to touch in order for that to work. Because, okay, you've got your ship, fine. You've got to have a UI. You've got to have, and UI brings this whole different thing that I think, like, people forget is, you've got a UI, but your UI actually needs to communicate with other stuff. Like, it needs to be able to upgrade you want to upgrade the ship, so it's got to connect to that in some way. UI is why I won't ever make a game. Honestly, Boom, I'm not surprised. UI is great. It's just great. I love UI. I think some of the most complex things that I feel like that I have in my game sometimes is the links between the UI and other components, and making it work. The other thing, Chili Imp, that you've also got to remember is there are efficient ways of doing it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the way you're implementing is bad. Because what I often get stuck on is, am I implementing this in the wrong way? what Marius always says to me is fail fast. So make something. If it doesn't work, you can fix it, change it, do it in a different way. But always just like fail quickly, because it rather get something working to show for that you've got, you know, an element of your game working, than spend like weeks trying to design the perfect system. So that's what I'm trying to do now. UI is cool. Best thing is to make one style simple widget, then copy it for the style thing. I've got that, and it's made it better. But if you notice, my UI is also gray at the moment. I ignored the part that doesn't look like the worst thing ever, but most of it is gray. I have literally one button that I just pulls through my entire game. Like my UI folder is just... Apparently my UI folder isn't my UI because I do stuff in a weird way. Where the fuck is my UI? Widgets, right. We've got this components folder, and basically everything in my game consists of this. Well, this is a set of buttons, right? But these buttons are my blueprint buttons, which is the ones that I've created. It's the widget blueprint button. There's something I can 100% relate to. What? Yeah. My widgets slide on and off screen, very dramatic. Oh, you got fancy widgets, Storm. You got fancy ass widgets. Scrolling, sliding in and off screen. What the hell? I made a UI overlay in Photoshop. No background PNG, so it has some style. Buttons are placed on top of my Photoshop buttons and invisible. That's pretty cool. Did you know you've got different states of button stuff in Unreal Engine? So you've got... Where is it? This one. This. So you've got you've got something that's called hidden. So here, visibility. So if it's visible, obviously you see it. If it's collapsed, visible and takes up no space, which means that if you've got stuff that auto aligns, it will just take up that space. Very good, very useful. Obviously no hit test. Hidden keeps the layout space, but it actually has a drawback because it actually has to still render like the area. So there's like additional overhead for having something that's hidden. So if you want to just take your UI and then just hide a piece of it, there's actually a performance implementation for having it versus just having it collapsed. There was a whole talk that someone did on that, and I was like, what? I was like, there's these nuances. 0.001 FPS. Yes, boom, yes. But by doing that, I can have like 5 more polygons on my tower. And if I do that enough, I can have my tower that has 500 million polygons. Every FPS counts, exactly. I'm actually curious, Boom. Because you run your VTuber as an Unreal Engine window, right? What happens if you package it? Surely because package builds usually run better, so surely you'd get a ton more FPS. UI slide sounds hard, but very, very easy. There's a timeline in the widget. You can go into the widget and click animations from the thing. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. Honestly, every time I've opened a widget, I've forgotten that exists. Why would I package it if I'm using it? So if you package it, it gets optimized. So all the blueprint stuff gets optimized. If you're not editing it. If you're editing it, then obviously, you know, run a thing. But if you want to have it like run more optimized so you can do more stuff, then having it as a package build would be a lot more efficient. It would probably use less RAM, laughs at 99X and 5090. Fine, Boom. You just sit there and laugh at me with your supercomputer. Us mere mortals down here will package our games. Where is it? That there. Actually haven't packaged my game in a while. I have to make a bit redeem adjustment UI if I package it. Yes, then you have to make UI. Actually, you would have to make... Would you have to make UI? Yeah, probably. You would. I use call-in editor events to update pricing. Oh, god damn it. Okay, never mind. You're like locking yourself more and more into never packaging it, which is fair. I mean, if it works, right? I'm using CPU core from CPU from 2010. ChatGPT tells me, calls me a wizard because Unreal shouldn't run. I get 45 FPS at start. My full game is 30. Probably better on a new PC. Yeah, I mean, from an optimization point of view, if you can get your game to run on that hardware, you could basically run on anything. How do I change you to actually... Oh, there, selected viewport. What is it? Stat FPS. Stat FPS. None, dial. Why is it not showing? Stat unit. Okay, there we go. So actually, looking at the moment, that's kind of not great because the frame time is at 15 milliseconds, 13 milliseconds, and that needs to be, I mean, technically it's still 60, but that's not optimized. It is drawing 1.8 million primitives. The little dome effect on the box looks great. I'm guessing box. Thank you. So that's the data cube. So that is the thing that we are protecting again. Protecting. That's the whole, you know, purpose of the tower defense game, is you are protecting this from the enemies. And then when you get that, there's a whole door thing about other stuff. But yeah. Does the dome use distance fields to be more emissive on the ground? No, probably not. Not that I know of. Does that? Oh. Wait, does the... Hold on, I added something. Let's see if it works. Does it work? Oh, yeah. At the start, so the shield actually has... Let's see if it actually works. Hold on, there's an enemy. If it takes damage, it should appear... Oh, these guys aren't actually attacking. Oh, he is attacking. I just gave it too much health. But eventually, if this gets too low, the shield starts dissipating. And then there's a whole recharge thing for it. But I think I gave this guy not enough attack. I can actually open it. So as the alpha changes, it looks like it dissipates in. So I'm just basically controlling this value, and then what will happen is it'll just go like, oh wow, I'm so far away. So like it'll take damage and then it'll just like turn off. And then when it starts generating again, it'll just like turn back on, and then it'll like carry on. I'm doing the animation and voices for my first character scene in my game. When you wake up on the beach, you find a shroom called Talca Shroom for the tutorial. He turns out to be a hallucination. What does it use to be brighter on the surface it touches? I cannot remember. Let me have a look. Oh, there's the emissive part. I don't remember how this works, to be completely honest. I can send you the tutorial if you want, Boom. Here's the panner. That's that effect on there. We've got it. Would it be the depth fade? I actually don't know. Ew, that's not aligned. See if that, for example, is a nice little feature I love to learn how to make, and then I bump into things like shader editor blueprint UI. It's brutal. This is very brutal. I still don't understand a lot of it. But there are some really cool people in the community that understand this stuff a lot better than I do, and they're very helpful. Depth fade. So it is the depth fade then, Boom. Over here. Yeah, there we go. 0.1, 2, 1, 5, 20, 40, 100. What was that, 20? That's where a mesh intersects another mesh. Ah, okay. I think Boom would be able to fix this if I have a problem. Because Boom understands what's going on here. In materials, I already like how you can reroute the nodes. Yes. It's super helpful. There was... I am thinking of changing the color of this. So this was something that I found quite interesting when I did this, is you can have saturation values that go over 1, and the higher it is, the more like bright color it is. So for example, if I just put this at 1, and then like 1, and then 1, it's like fine, but like adding multiple colors, oh no, I need to undo all of that. Like, I didn't know you could add like massive colors. Oh no, I broke it. It's fine, I'll just revert the whole thing when I'm done. I was kind of upset when I didn't see the reroute node in blueprints, but I guess variables are the same thing. What do you mean? What do you mean you don't get the reroute node in blueprints? That? You know, I like completely confused everything. Now, in the material, there's an actual one called reroute. Oh, right. Yes. I know what you mean now. I'm going to revert all of that. That's not what I wanted. Make a custom event called reroute and then call it that. Boom, no. Why you confuse all of us? Our defense. Look how many changes I have. I wonder if any of these are actual changes. So what do I have? We have blueprint. But I didn't modify anything. I'm just gonna discard all this. Wait, what was the last thing I did? Oh, right. Now we open the project and realize we bricked the whole thing. Another thing I'm eyeballing in Godot, many people recommend it on Twitch and Reddit too. Yes, I think the majority of the people that I've seen in the software and game dev channel use Godot. We can actually check. It's Unity or Godot. Those are like the two main ones. I think it's actually mostly Godot at this point. So yeah, if you're looking at something to learn, Godot is probably a really good one. Thank you for the fart boom. Oh my god, there's me. I'm right there. That's just so weird. It's Inception. We're gonna see ourselves on the thing. Mad lad. Otter in chat. Otter in chat. Ha. Holy crap, it's a massive otter. It's a massive otter. Oh, if only had put that on the same line. Thank you for the bits, Tempting. Thank you for the bits, little bitties, the otter bits. Oh, that sounds bad. Take that back. No otter bits. Long otter coming up. Nice. William, did I just terrify you? I terrified you. Glorp. I thought that, honestly, Boom, I thought that was a one that you added. That's gonna be fun. How many stuff has Boom added to everything at this point? Not tall like Boom has, long like Mizu has. Fair enough. That'll be cool, Temtic. That'll be really cool. I look forward to spamming it in chat. Didn't think of a tall otter. Tall otter soon in your chat. Why is Boom, Boom cat and box and a firebox next to one another? I hope you're not trying to set the cat on fire, Boom. Bad Boom. No fire. No fire in the cat. I was trying to look at redoing my subscriber badges, Temptic, and I couldn't think of anything. Because I was looking at them the other day and I realized I don't actually have anything for like a year and a half. I was like, So let's have a look. So gun tower would have that, would have that, would have that, would have attack speed, sure. Crit amount. I want to swap these two. Nope. Well, we'll do that one there. That one there. We'll do crit there. One of these is wrong, if that's correct. This angers me. Why are you not the same size?
Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better get
I don't know how I messed that up, but okay. Oops. That there. That was weird. Okay, so gun tower, yes, 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 yes. Arc jam, no. Splash damage and laser length, no. In fact, everyone, the only one that is going to have lasers, max laser strength is you see, the laser turret is actually an interesting one, because do we have... I'm wondering if laser, we don't have damage, but we have a base damage amount. Or we could make them change. It might be confusing to the player, because what I don't want to have is like a UI thing where we've got two fields like this, where they can adjust base damage, and then we've got ramp damage. Ramp damage. So that's a bit confusing. That's the damage that initially starts, and then we've got initial damage and tower starts firing.
who draws the line between forgery and feeling inspired, who defines derivative versus being admired.
We might have to add something different for this one. Wait, why is that there?
Who aspires and knows the wannabes.
There we go, there we go. And then damage when tower curves. It's what do you call it? Max. I mean, it's just max ramp damage. Damage when hitting tower for longer. What might see? I don't have too many for the laser, because the laser tower actually has its own like ecosystem basically of different ones. But essentially, Let's call this laser max ramp damage. So all of these are going to be red, because that's not going to have it. But that's the thing, is I feel like this, because we could also go ramp speed. Laser max ramp speed. I'm going to call this reduce 0.1 seconds. I'll be right back. Done. Ba, ba, ba. Hmm.
Baby, can you pray tonight?
So we've got range, damage range, attack speed. So range, yes. Attack speed, no. Crit. We're gonna apply crit to this. No. And no. Increase gold from kills. That's an interesting one, because I'm wondering if I'm going to want that. I wonder if that should be a global thing. Actually, that brings an interesting thing. Should you have global upgrades? So for example, should we have let's just spiral for that. We can have a discussion about that. So this I'm so bad at doing this. What other global upgrades would you have? I'd say yes to global upgrades if you mean like more money per win. So what it would be is, because this comes back to the discussion we had earlier about if you have a tower that's more powerful, it's more likely to get more of the kills, which is fine. But how can we have a way that makes it a bit more fair? Well, the most fair way would be that you could choose to either upgrade. You could. So then maybe it would be separate. So whoops. So it'd be separate. So we could use gold to either buy a new tower or to increase the amount of. Would you use it? Increase the amount of gold you get from kills. But that could that be a one that you use across all of them? So maybe a little imp, what you could do is, let's say this. What about this, right? This is 1. We could do 1 for all of these, but if you, for example, decided to take 5, I don't know, I have no idea how this would work. You could then use it to upgrade this. So we could do is have either gold upgrade or points upgrade. So one of these would allow us to upgrade a global upgrade. Or the way to balance it is we could have any of the towers can purchase a global upgrade, but the amount is smaller. So if it's, let's say it is gold. Actually, no, let's say it is points instead. Any tower could purchase this, so it's a shared one between all towers. Any tower can purchase shared smaller amount, so 0.1%, for example. That could be an option. Laser tower can do those. This could also I change how this actually arcs. There we go. Apply to level complete, wave complete gold. Because sometimes I might give extra gold for completing a wave. So then, missile tower range is an interesting one, because do we want missile towers to, the main thing to be about them is they've basically got unlimited range. I'd give them like a large range, but you could increase it for whatever reason if you really wanted to. You know what? Fine. Attack speed, that's going to be a big one for this. Crit, that's good. That's good. Arc jumps, no. Splash damage, yes, because they are a splash unit. Electric tower, yes. Splash damage, no, because it's single. It's technically still single, so no. Cannon tower, arc, no. And then you are also not going to arc. So there's a tower specific. So that's a tower specific one. So cannon tower doesn't arc, but it has splash damage. Yes. Doesn't do any of those. Those are laser specific. And missile tower. I think those are all the options we need. Funny enough, this is what sort of distinguishes one of the reasons why I want the gun and the cannon tower, is that you've got that slight difference in play style for how we use the two towers. Fast, quick damage, or fast, low damage. Medium speed, but it's got, what would you call it? A large amount of, or it's got some splash damage. Actually, right, so we have splash damage. Okay, cool. So laser max, ramp, and initial. I want laser initial. So laser's gonna have a third field. So, actually, CV. Put that there, delete that.
Let this be another night to tie around my bed at night.
Laser base damage.
To erase your face, my mind.
Now I'm going to figure out how all of these are going to work. So I'm going to have a nice way that I can represent all of these. And if some are going to be fixed or some are going to be infinite. Or somewhat infinite. It's actually a fun problem to solve. I like this concept, this global one. I wonder if there's any other global ones we could have. Because what other globals would you have that would affect all of them? I mean, there's the range one, but I'd rather have that tower specific, because some you want more range, some you don't really at the same time care about, which is fine. So we've got the upgrade system actually a lot better planned. So now we know what we want it to do. We need to now figure out how we want the data structure for this to work. Because do we have... How do we want... So what I'm trying to figure out is, let's say the gun tower damage. What is 1 point... How does 1 point affect its level? And is it always 1 point? Is it more than 1 point? Do we define what the increase is each time? do we want the player to be able to switch them around, or are they committed points? Because we could do gold to reset all the towers upgrades, or we could just allow resetting during the... You could make it so when you change it, you could change it before they start. That's exactly what I was just about to say. Little chili ump. So I was thinking that if you're in what we call the prep phase, so a wave is ended. Yeah, there are games that let you reset the entire upgrade thing, but that's just annoying. We could do it. There's like, I envision there's two ways of doing it. There's either we have I need that. Actually, let's say damage, right? So we've got damage. Now, let's say my tower is at 150. We need a way of displaying this. I have no idea how that's going to work. We have a big plus, which increases the level. And what we could do is we could have a minus. And that associates the number of points. So you could increase it, and each point... See, I don't know how it's gonna... I suppose what we do is arrow 175, for example, something like that. So what you're saying is, and then we'll have this here. Let's say I have 5 points to spare. So you're saying you don't want a big button at the top that says reset all. You could also just list all the level amount values on hover, a tool for this was something in my opinion. Hold on, that could work. Norse hold. Lord hold. Images. Where's the tower upgrade screen? There. Maybe something like that. Where you show the stat, its current thing. That looks good. Okay. So the stat, how much you're adding to it with the number of points you've given it. Something like that. Like, wait, there's must be one for the towers. Where's the towers? No. Because they had some really cool UI stuff, which I'm probably going to just borrow. Trading menu. Why is this so hard to find? What the hell? That looks good though. Let's start with this for now. Maybe I'll start the game up and have a look. I don't know why it's so hard to find an image of this. I know I've seen it, because, I mean, I've upgraded towers. There we go. One more thought I have for the global upgrades, by the way, you could also upgrade the base there. The thing you have to protect. So like house for that plus HP regen. Okay, I'll add that. So the module, so module HP / regen rate. Yeah, we could do that as well. Because the module is supposed to be quite weak, I would say. But I mean, I suppose if you want to have the ability to upgrade it, you know, why not? Module HP regenerate. And I'll type in shield amount. So I see here, yeah, you can use gold to do it. So base now. I'll put an image of this in. So we can just reference it. Would it make sense to treat it like a turret, not a placeable turret, of course, but like something you can upgrade and it could also attack slowly in range? Then it could have tower upgrades too. Trying to be useful. No, it's a good point. I hadn't considered anything about that. Like, I'm just trying to think of a lore point of view, because the lore point of view is you arrive at an area and you find one of these data modules. Now, the reason why I didn't want upgrades initially on it was it's just this thing that's there and you've got to protect it while it, you got to protect it while your, I don't know, your ship or your AI, like tries and gets the data off of it, decodes it, let's call it that. And the decoding time takes the length of basically, well, we don't necessarily say that there is a decoding time, but you get it decoded after you complete the wave. And then once you've decoded it, what actually ends up happening is it kind of links to how you upgrade the towers, or you get the new towers. So you start off with one tower. When you finish the first level, you decode the first module, which allows you access to the second tower. And then once you finish the next two, you get the next tower. This is not aligned correctly. That's perfect then. You arrive, you find it, you have nothing on it, you build turrets, but as the level progresses, you can upgrade it, reinforce it, aka more help, HPG, and ability thing. Okay, we could do that then. There's no reason stopping that. Oh, one thing I do want to do is for shield have it as sections. So this is the hardest arrow I've ever removed. So what I want is this with no text. We want it thinner, so make it blue. I'll make it even smaller. So like 1, 2. And you essentially add HP to it. How does that look at the moment? At the moment it doesn't have that, we could add that. So then, based on what you've just said, is what we would do is we would remove this field. We put this here. So then we would have, this is tower upgrades. Tower upgrades. And then this we would have as module upgrades. Just global actually. Global upgrades. So then okay, so we've got economy increase from gold kill. I mean, we could expand it. Actually, I would just go increase gold gain. Module shield. Module HP. There we go. Those 3. So we can close that. It's not going to be points. Why can't I get these 2 aligned? There we go. Gold from wave complete. Gold from kills. That. And then HP. Which might work in a similar way. Well, thank you, Chilium. That was a I think, good suggestion. So now we've got that somewhat more sorted. Now I just need to design the data structures for them. Yay! I feel like the easiest one actually to start with is the global, because it's just linear. It's 1, 2, 3. The tower ones, I'm like, I'm looking at it, I'm like, there's two ways I can do it. Either it's I make one massive thing where I adjust it, or I do it individually. Because what I'm trying to figure out is how much granular control do I want? Do I want it to be a base amount plus a percent, and that percent is the same each time? Or do I want to have it at different stages, a different amount is applied? I feel like the stages with a different amount applied is the easier way of doing it. Because I'm always a fan of, if you put 1 point in and you get 5, if you put 2 points in and you get maybe 5 again, but when you put 3 points, maybe you get 7.5 this time. I actually go over that at one point. Like, let's look at damage, right? We'll ignore that one. Let's just bring damage over here, and let's just think about this for a second. So at level 1, so damage, we've got the base damage. Let's call it that. Base damage for each tower. Come on. This shoots... Okay, let's say this is 25 base damage. Cannon tower is going to be 50, but it also has a... It also hits multiple targets. So, I'm not sure how that's going to work yet. Electric is going to be... See, that's the thing, is until I play it, it's actually very difficult to guess. Let's say 25. Let's actually make it 20. Actually, I'd be like more inclined to say this is 10. This is 25 because it hits multiple. Well, actually 15. We'll make it 15. Or, you see, this is the problem. So you're going to have a meta upgrade outside of the levels as well as upgrades during the levels? No, so it's only going to be during the levels. I didn't think having them out... I felt like having them outside made it a bit more too complicated. Because then, what do, Crimson? You just play the first level like 50 times, and by the time you get to the last level, you just got like dank towers that you can just one-hit the last boss. So in the missile tower, you kind of want this one to do a lot of damage because it's going to have a slow attack speed. But then there's base, so then it's like, okay, what does the level 1 upgrade look like? I'm just realized you're missing a flamethrower tower who doesn't like barbecues. I used to have that concept. I started it, but then I needed to like get not another tower going, which is why I don't have a fire tower. Or as Crimson calls it, the barbecue tower. Barbecue. You get 15, so then this would be like 20. This one would be, I think this one linear is actually quite nice. 25, 30, 35. Five, and then like 6. So 15, 20, 25. And like 30. See, until I play the game, it's difficult to figure out how much damage they should do. 45, 50. Like this one, I want to actually gone non-linear. So this one, not 10, but 75. Then like 90, not 900. 120, so it gains a 30 increase. Maybe I should actually do that to see what the increase, like put this into a spreadsheet, work out what the increases for each one is. I mean, free food for the troops. You do realize that we don't have any troops, right? It's only them that have troops, so they'd be eating their dead comrades. 150 because reasons, and then you know what? Freaking 200 on the missile. Oh. Good way to make extra gold. Holy shit. God damn, Crimson. God damn. Let's have a look at this. I wonder what other games have an upgrade system they can follow. Like, what game has upgrade systems? Diablo? Is it linear? You don't want to get him started animating fire if you think the turrets took a long time. Yeah, you're not wrong. Honestly, animating fire terrifies me because I feel like it doesn't look great in games. So I've always been wanting to basically avoid it because I'm like, fire and water. Water is super difficult as well. Saying about cooking food, I did see a game the other day where you killed zombies and then cooked their meat to sell. Isn't that bad because of the fact that zombies are technically like rotting flesh, kind of? One game I love and came back to time and time again is Kingdom Rush. Kingdom Rush. Why do I feel like I've played that? Oh, I've seen adverts for this all the time. How did they do their upgrade system then? Fire spaghetti. No, no fire spaghetti. Boom. Linear per unit. Like, what do you, if you're going to upgrade a tower, do you expect a linear upgrade? So for example, each level gives you a +5 upgrade, or do you think it should be a different amount? Because maybe the way of balancing it is not with the... Because there's two ways of balancing it. It could be, let's say, linear. So linear, where each upgrade gives you 5. Let's say this is 7.5 for whatever reason. This is 5. And let's say this one is just a mad lad, so he's like 25, right? And then there's a cost associated to that. So upgrade cost. So cost, upgrade cost. Wingator, thank you very much for the follow. How are you doing today? You can do the realistic fire using Niagara fluids in UE, but it eats it eats flames like crazy. Chillin'. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. So then you can have an upgrade cost. So if we have an upgrade cost, we could say that this is 1 upgrade point. This is, I don't know, 1. This is 1. But this, because it's such a big increase, is actually 3 upgrade points in order to upgrade that one. The same amount is good, but you can also do like 5 plus level 3, rounding down. So every 3 levels you get like +1. If I'm thinking right, brain is getting exhausted. Right, so there's more. So what you're saying is you create more of an incentive to put more into the same one because you know there'll be a bonus. Configurable. That's a cool emote. Yes. That's not even an... Is that just an emoji? Where is this? When did this get... How long has this been here? Mechanical arm emoji. What? Matt, little imp, you know how that shows up on 2 different parts of my screen? On this one, it shows up as that symbol, something else, and that other completely different symbol. But on the other screen, it shows up like a man shrugging. Apparently, what? That is so weird. Are you planning to let the player see how the upgrade system works? I'm trying to have it secure so that it's kind of self-explanatory. So we've looked at like some other games. So for example, Nordhood, you can see you've got 1 in here and that's giving you 45. You've got 3, it's giving you that. So then they've got this upgrade system. We've got the base, how much it would be now, and all that kind of stuff. Oh, I'll be right back. I have returned. So yeah, I'm trying to figure out a nice way that I can actually explain this to the player, and a system that actually makes a bit of sense. This is an interesting one. So this is saying base and then now 0.5. So does that mean you haven't put anything into it? Because, like, to your point, Seculos, like, explain how the upgrade system works. It could be done in the form of a tutorial that you get linear-based points. Every third point, you get a bonus, something like that. That could work. Because I like the concept of every 3 points gives you, like, a bonus one. So every third gives a bonus. Instead of base and now just do current next, then use the image you had on screen. Yeah, that actually makes more sense to me because this is confusing. So we would use current and then next. Does that make more sense to me? You don't see the harm in black boxing it since you have to balance it with the game anyway. Like, you can't just let a player upgrade only a single turret to the point of being OP. Yes. Then I can show all the time instead of exclusively at level up. Oh, right. So you mean when you select a tower, you can see so you would see the amount there, basically. Right. That makes much more sense. Or all the player needs to know is X turret gets Y upgrade on Z feature. Yes. Or you could show the value on a hover tooltip, like upgrade gold per phase, gold per thing, each +5 when you show player the overall upgrade compared to level 0. Could do that as well. I'm always a fan of knowing what you get next, if that makes sense. So I like the system where, well, I've always liked the system of, okay, if I press this upgrade button here, I'm going to go from that and I'm now going to have that on the upgrade screen. And then the upgrade screen almost shows it. Keep the hamster on the wheel. Because you may need to create an efficiency penalty if the player chooses to invest everything in a single turret and tries to fill the map with only that turret. So these are these aren't Seculos, these aren't for every turret of that specific kind, but these are single turrets. So if you've got 5 of a gun turret, it doesn't apply to all of them, but only the one that you've upgraded. You could make, so the longer the turret is up, the better it is. Hire me to manually nerf turrets in real time when I think people are getting good. Okay, boom. I'll just have to quickly implement an admin dashboard for that. So when players look like they're getting good, you just like randomly destroy their turret or something. Just delete it from existence. I'll make it so that a chunk, and when it happens, a chungus spawns and just comes in and just attacks the tower and destroys it. Goated feature. I would lol so hard seeing Boom flying around the map. Booping turrets that are too strong. There's a secret thing when your turret hits level 10. Boom's avatar comes in, spawns 3 chunguses, they destroy the tower, and they all leave, and Elvis to shuttle. Or you can be a boss, make an AI based off of Boom who does the same thing, but in the player's game session. Giant cat walks past, knocks a tower over, walks off screen. I feel like now I need to have that in the game as some like joke thing. Okay, so like maybe this is what we do, right? We have it so that if you've got a tower, let's say you got your tower placed, and somewhere on the map there is there's just a cat chilling, and if you click on the cat too many times, a chungus just spawns, knocks over your tower. So then your tower just falls over. It goes doot and falls onto the ground, and then the chungus leaves, and then your tower respawns. You need a laser tower to distract the cat. That would be fun. Wait, what world are we in where we find the modules? Is it an alien planet or something? Yes, alien planet. You need a laser to distract the cat. Yeah. I actually wanted, I think we discussed this a while ago as having a joke, is the laser turret could, if there's a cat, would just point a laser, the cat would follow. Or have a random chunguses that block placement by a cat just gets up and randomly sleeps. So like you're like, you're sitting here, you've set up your towers. Boop, 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 boop. Hello? Let's go, let's go. It's like over here is this great choke point. You know, you've got all your gun towers. Next round, you can like afford more. And then a chungus just comes and sits here and blocks all your towers. Steal your code to make a tower defense game with cats. Joke's on you, it's been a tower defense game with cats the whole time. Dun dun dun. Because if yes, then you could make it that Boom says, like an alien comes. God damn it, something. Where was it? Where was that? Oh, there. I was not expecting that. If an alien comes by, destroys a few or ships. Why is that so loud today? Or was it just me? Or it could even destroy a few slots like turrets. Make the map eye path literally one line. For extra difficulty. That could work. Stop spamming chat. I can't see my own spam. Get wrecked. Like, my ears are ringing from snap, snap, snap. Sorry, I've turned it down. I have no idea why it's so loud. No way to dose it for snap 2. It used to be a lot quieter, and then all of a sudden it got really loud. Like the fart is just... You could have a power system involving wires, and every once in a while a cat comes by, chews all the cables, you have to rewire everything. A mini game inside of the game. Do, do, do. Like for EA square, for each square, if average power 1 square out to the second dev greater than the rest of the entire map, then chunga squash. We're creating advanced games now. Where Boom has now become an entity that ships with the game and just causes havoc for the player. We'll make it so that when Boom is also streaming, it just puts it up in the right hand corner here of the game. You just have to watch it. Well, no, there'll just be a board. What we'll do is we'll put a whole bunch of chunguses with like a screen, like an outdoor theater screen, that are all sitting there with like popcorn watching Boom stream when Boom is live. So I'll have to connect it to like Twiworks or something to pull the data in. This is getting out of hand really quickly. I'm just pointing that out right now. Definitely a late interaction. I want to put some kind of like Easter egg based thing in there. Boom. Could I theoretically borrow a Chungus model to put in the game? Does it need animations? Can it just be a sleeping Chungus that just like lies somewhere on the map? Poor from this guy. Gently place in tower. Like just randomly place a Chungus just as like an Easter egg somewhere. Just, I don't know, there's a Chungus just sleeping on the rocks over here. And if you click on it, you get an achievement or something. Gently place tower on Boom. If you click on it, it bites hand. That would be cool. That would be cool indeed. Because I've got a bunch of ideas from some Easter eggs that I want to put in the game, which I shouldn't be doing. Whoops. Make an achievement where the player has to find all the Chunguses and call the trophy the Chungus Among Us. Actually, yes. We just need to get Chungus from Boom and permission from Boom to use Chungus in game, then yes. Boom has to approve the Chungai. The Chungai? Is it Chungai? Is that how you pronounce it?
It's sunset on Friday. I'm stuck on the highway. It's been
That would be fun.
I'm late to the
Finish your game first. Okay. If I finish the game, Boom,
sparkling wine.
that's the deal. I can get a Chungus to put in the game as a collectible that you get. If you collect all of them, you get the achievement, the Chungus Among Us.
Looking for a fireside to light me up all around.
You can have a cat and one head pat animation and one bite animation. Yeah. I built a whole new game out of my game. And I'll make it purple because Boom is purple. Now I have to finish the game, guys. It's written in the things to The deal has been confirmed. The contract signed, witnessed by all. Game's getting chungus. See, I have more ideas, but you can't see it. You can't see it yet. You'll find them later. I was even planning on doing a collectible. Do. Okay, so each one of these needs a tower associated to it, a linear upgrade amount, and a cost. So so that's going to have that, and each one of them is going to have that. So it needs upgrade cost, and then is enabled. It's going to be the last field. Is enabled, or is allowed, is enabled. See. Now I'm excited for the chungus.
Hey, Mr. Bully, won't you just see right through me? On the dying days when I ask for forgiveness or myself. Hey, Mr. Bully, what you think when you push me out of my own head where everything makes sense? Breathing in the lies that keep me open from the truth that keeps me holding on to your love.
Hooray!
What do you think you'll find me when you destroy what is inside me?
Is anyone here from Denmark? Not Denmark, Norway.
Say it's over when nothing's closer to what you're fighting for.
I gotta go, but I follow you. Thank you for the help and just overall being amazing. Have a nice day. Hope you catch you soon. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. And thank you for hanging out with me for so long and all your help. You're amazing. Good luck with your stuff, and I hope to see you around. Bye. So that's the structure we now want for each one of these. This one is... No, this one. So this is tower upgrades. Put that there. And then we'll have global. And we'll do a similar system.
I close the chapter where I'm ripping out my pages. Stop the fire under my
There we go. 1 and 2 and 3. So that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. So base amount is just going to be 0. Come on, you bastard. Where's the... So, gold. Let's do 1%. It's gonna be a percent increase. Shield, one shield unit, and this one, I actually want to have max 3. Let's say. And then this one, let's say max 5. So 1 health unit. Hello, my exceptional boy. Anamarain. Hello, how are you doing? We've done so much planning. Well, I feel like we've done so much planning, but we haven't technically done that much planning. We've only figured out the upgrade system. No. But how are you doing today, Anna-Marine? I've got so much work to do, holy shit. I have the slow brains today, but otherwise I'm pretty good. How are you doing? I'm sorry to hear you have a slow brains day, but maybe that just means you need a rest. I am not too bad. It's been a good stream so far. We started the discussion at the start of the stream, like 4 hours ago, about an upgrade system for the towers. And from that, this monstrosity kind of spawned. Which is, well, you can ignore, actually, hold on, it's technically just that. Essentially what it is we have decided that the upgrade system in the game is going to work, is at the end of the round, you're going to receive some number of points which you can put towards different stats on the tower. Every third point that goes into a specific field will give you double, essentially. So if the gun tower, you get 5 points, if you get 3 points at the end of the round, and each point gives you 5 plus, if let's say you want to use it for damage, you would get 5 damage for the first point, 5 damage for the second point, and 10 damage for the next one. Oh, all these notes today, pretty productive. Yes, so this, whoops, that, all of that, and all of that is just today, which it looks, and this has gone through like 3 or 4 different iterations, which is really good, because now we're like at the point where we can actually see what the data structure is going to look like. It's like, oh, finally we're making some progress. But yeah, really productive. It's been really good so far. And then we came up with like, we sort of came to the realization that some of the towers need a bit more specific stuff. So for example, the laser turret won't have a damage amount because it's going to have a base damage, because for the laser turret, where's my pen? It works where we've got this, where this is damage. Let's just write, I can't draw, so D. So let's say this is 1, this is 5, and then this is time. So this is 0, and this is 5. And it does this with its damage, and then it hits that, and then it's flat, right? So now, and I actually need to see if this is possible to do. I mean, it'll be possible to do because I can math the math. I can make math, basically. Because I can attach this to an exponential curve thing and clamp it. We're now allowing, or what we will allow, and I'm super excited about this, is the laser max ramp damage. So this amount will be able to be increased to some value. So let's say that can then be increased to 6, for example, which is a lot. Then we've got the base damage, so we could increase where it starts as well to, let's say, 2. And then I've mentioned the time. I'm not sure if we're going to do that one. So the time would mean, what's a cool color? Purple. Instead of it finishing here, it would finish slightly sooner. So the curve would be like that. Actually, technically, it would be like that. So, yeah. So to the player, you wouldn't see this graph, but that would be the effect it would have. Which I think is quite cool. Ever since I knew I was making the tower defense game, I was like, I must have this concept of a curve damage amplifier for the laser turret. Which does mean that the laser turret technically has like a bunch more stuff, but yeah. That is some kind of x squared graph, isn't it? Yes. I think it's exactly x squared. X squared. Or do x squared graph. Something like that. Or I'll do x to the power of e. So I could do x to the power of e, where I offset the amount and then clamp it at a set amount. But there's, yes, there are some kind of thing. How I'm actually doing it at the moment is I've got a... Where would I have stored this? What would it be? It would be a curve, right? Float curve? Launch curve? Laser damage curve. There we go. So there's the laser damage curve. So that's what the curve is at the moment. So it takes... It does 3 times its base damage at maximum. Ooh, that's an interesting one. We're math then. We're exactly math. Maybe instead of having the max, we just increase the base, and that applies to everything. Because if you have a base of 1.5 and the multiplier is already, or maybe we have a multiplier as well, it just gets infinitely more complicated. Basically, with 3 variables, I can change the entire graph. Yeah, it needs to start slow and then get fast as fuck. Ooh. And then I was showing everyone my force field. So, click the shield. It's the shield material, which is linked to this, so it can disintegrate and then appear like you. And then it can also just like get destroyed and then just dissipates. It's like, no. That's so cool. Thank you. I'm probably going to change the color because I'm a fan of bluey, purplish looking force fields. But it's just a matter of changing the color on here, which is not too hard to do. Oh, it is like 4:30 and I actually haven't had lunch. So I should probably go and have some lunch. Which means that we should probably raid out, unfortunately. Anima Rain just arrived and we're like, I'm leaving. I'm sorry, Anima Rain. I know this news comes as a shock. I'll leave you with this present. The wonderful graphs and all the things. But now, let's see, who to raid? I'm shocked. I'm sorry. I know. Why have I done this to you? Who to raid? Let's raid nerds. The nerds, because Selena's sick. Boom.
It's murder.
Dun, dun, dun.
It's murder. Go crazy, berserker. I killed it. It's murder. Go crazy, berserker. I killed it. It's murder. Go crazy, berserker. I killed it. It's murder. Go crazy,
Black bots.
berserker.
Okay, I need to make some lunch, so we're gonna raid out. We will raid the nerds. Well, the 1.5 nerds, because Selena's sick.
I killed it. It's murder.
Bye! Indeed, bye. There's the raid message if you want a raid message. Or you can use your own thing. God damn it, boom. You just had to get another fart in. Thank you for the fart, boom. How dare. Alright, what was I gonna say? I need to go. I will see you probably tomorrow for another stream. We'll carry on working on this kind of stuff then. But yeah, hope you all have a good rest of your day. Anna Moraine, rest up, get that brain in tip-top condition. And yeah, I hope you have a good rest of your day. What else is there? I think that's all. I think that's it. I think that's everything. Thank you for stopping by, Anna Moraine. Boom. All the others are still lurking. Bye for now, everybody. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye. Okay, bye now.
I killed it. It's murder. Go crazy, berserker. I killed it. It's murder. Go crazy, berserker.